Thank you. Welcome to the third hearing of the Committee's inquiry into children and young people with disability in New South Wales educational settings. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please put their mobile phones on silent. Parliamentary privilege does apply to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. Please also note that Auslan interpreters will be interpreting at this hearing for the gallery and live broadcast. I ask members and witnesses to please make sure that you speak clearly into the microphone and wait until the previous speaker has finished talking. I note that some witnesses will be participating via video conference. A few notes on virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions and assist our Hansard recorders. Firstly, if the participant loses their internet connection and is disconnected from the virtual hearing, they're asked to rejoin the hearing by using the same link as was provided to them by the Committee Secretariat. Secondly, can I ask committee members to clearly identify who their questions are directed to? And could I ask everyone to please state their name when they begin speaking? And could the witness on video conference please mute their microphone when they are not speaking? Please remember to turn your microphone back on though when you're getting ready to speak. If you start speaking while muted, please start your answer again so it can be recorded in the transcript. Members and witnesses should avoid speaking over each other so that we can all be heard clearly. Also, to assist Hansard, may I remind members and witnesses to speak directly into the microphone and avoid making comments when your head is turned away. Right, welcome to our first panel of witnesses, and thank you for giving the time today to give us your evidence. Could I start by getting each of our witnesses, starting from my left, to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
I'm spatially challenged, that's me. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Did you ask for our position as well?
Yes, so name, position, title.
Okay, so...
Oh, sorry, I'm here for, as part of the INSPED.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Coral Kemp, I'm the chair of the Institute of Special Educators. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Sally Howell, I'm the President of the Australian Association of Special Education New South Wales chapter. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great.
I'm Kathy Little. I'm a New South Wales chapter member from the Australian Association of Special Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. And if we could go to our witness online.
I'm Lauren Swancott and I am the chairperson of Inclusive Educators Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by inviting each of you to make a short opening statement for your organisations. Can I start with the Australian Association of Special Education?
Yes. So the Australian Association of Special Education is fully committed to providing the very best educational opportunities possible for all children and young people. A position that we would like to make clear is that special education is not a location, it's a type of service provision and should not be pitted against regular education. The Australian Association of Special Education, ACE, I'll just refer to it throughout the hearing, has long advocated for improvements in actual preparation of classroom teachers to support children with disabilities, and also strongly advocates for special education qualifications for special education teachers and the provision of someone with such qualifications in every school and in every special education classroom.
Thank you. I'll go online to you, Ms. Swankirk.
Thank you. It's Lauren speaking. IEA is an organisation that's established to represent and support education professionals who are committed to advancing quality inclusive education practices in Australian schools. So we represent educators who believe that all students, regardless of their background or ability, have the right to quality inclusive education, which is in the regular education environment alongside their same age peers, accessing the regular curriculum and participating fully as valued members of their school community. So we acknowledge the knowledge and skills of inclusive educators to do this work, and we promote and support their valuable leadership across schools and education systems. We're also focused on celebrating and advancing inclusive education reform efforts that are being undertaken by our members in schools and education systems, and supporting to build their confidence and capability to make sure that inclusive education is realised in their particular settings. Our work therefore aligns with human rights frameworks, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. And we acknowledge and align our work to Article 24, General Comment number 4 of the CRPD in particular, around the right to inclusive education. And of course, our work also aligns with our national legislations, being the Disability Discrimination Act and the Disability Standards for Education. We've got a board of directors who bring a range of valuable and diverse skills to our work. Our personnel comprise of very experienced education system level leaders, school leaders and classroom teachers, as well as teaching assistants and allied health professionals who work in an education capacity in schools. And we convene a national leading large network of over 8,300 members who are committed to inclusive education practices, and the network provides a highly collaborative forum for those educators to ask questions, generate professional discussion and share information. And so our organisation has a really strong and wide-spanning reach across inclusive educators nationally, with real deep connection to classrooms and schools, representing people who don't only know what's possible in the space of inclusive education, but are actually making it happen right now, daily, in their classrooms and schools.
Thank you very much. And the Institute of Special Ed.
Okay. INSPED is a not-for-profit organisation established to improve the quality of education for people with disabilities from preschool to post-school. We have established evidence-based competencies required for teachers to be qualified special educators and evidence-based content standards for postgraduate university programs that prepare special educators. Our submission focused on the key role that qualified special educators can play in educating students with disabilities as support teachers in mainstream schools, class teachers in special units or schools, and in education bureaucracies. We draw attention to the shortage of qualified special educators across settings. We'd estimate, based on Victorian figures, that about 1/3 of those in special education positions are qualified. Perhaps other witnesses could provide you with accurate figures. In mainstream schools, lack of special education expertise can result in limited and light touch adjustments, which often do not meet student needs. It can also result in inappropriate use of school learning support officers. For students in specialist settings, we believe that they deserve teachers with specific skills and knowledge of programming, teaching and monitoring. An accredited specialist education qualification should be required for appointment to special education positions, just as allied health professionals who work with people with disability are accredited. Special educators need to be graduates of university programs that provide the required skills and knowledge. Several of the courses which New South Wales Department of Education approves for scholarships appear not to have this content. At the bureaucratic level, there need to be senior decision makers who are qualified special educators to ensure recommended policies and practices are evidence-based. Qualified special educators need to be recognised by pay and status as specialist teachers. New South Wales needs more qualified special educators, at least one in every school.
Thank you very much. The committee will be asking questions in a sort of free-flow format. I'd like to just start with a question about, I guess, workforce issues. So we hear a lot about there aren't enough special ed teachers. Are there any, tips from other jurisdictions or other places that we could adopt here to try and encourage more people into the workforce?
I'd like to answer that question. We've just looked at the websites of every Department of Education across Australia, and departments of education are not asking for qualifications to work in these roles. So while ever teachers can get jobs in special education without qualifications, they will. Just on a personal note, my niece has just completed a Masters in Special Education from one of the universities that we have accredited. She already held a position as the person in charge of a special education unit in a school, in a mainstream school. She didn't have to do this course. She's not going to get any more money when she finishes it. She's not going to get more status when she finishes it. She did the course because she thought it was the right thing to do. Not everyone is going to do that. I have here a handout you might be interested in. I made several copies. I've focused on New South Wales, but in our last newsletter we actually put in a paragraph for every state in Australia. And I think you'll find that if you get onto the Department of Education website in New South Wales, then you'll find that there are no requirements for people to have a qualification. And,
Do you want to table that?
Yeah, if you
table that.
I would like to table it,
behind
yes. I'll just keep one copy. I think there's some.
Thank you. Can
Thank you.
I just pause you there?
Yes.
You were talking about, sorry, did you say your daughter or your niece?
My niece,
Your
yes.
niece. So what were her qualifications?
She was
before?
a qualified primary school teacher.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yes. So, and when at the end of her course, I said to her, so did you learn much from doing this course? And she said, Aunt, she said, I should have been taught this in my initial teacher qualification. I have learnt so much. Special educators, and a lot of people question the use of the label special educator. I'd like to say that special educators are instructional specialists. They have knowledge of evidence-based practice in working with anyone who needs additional help. We retain the label special educators because that's the internationally recognised label for people who work in this field. A special educator is only as good as the evidence-based practices that they implement. But it was interesting, when I got onto the Department of Education website, you'll see here, 4 types of teachers are listed: early childhood teachers, primary teachers, secondary teachers and specialist teachers. And when you look at this list of specialist teachers, you're looking at ESL teachers, you're looking at librarians, you're looking at career advisors, and for all of those specialist teachers, they list a qualification, but I couldn't find one for special education. And this is appalling, given that many of the children that special educators work with have very complex learning needs. And I listed here a whole lot of advertisements I got from the website, and these are just representative. Believe you me, if there'd been one that was different, I would have included it. And I've included advertisements for roles in regular schools, in units, in special schools, in executive teacher positions. And they're asking for approval to teach special education. Well, what are the criteria for the approval? Who approves? What's the background of the people who approve? Do they have expertise in the area? I doubt it. Or experience teaching students with, moderate or whatever, the school is, the students the school is catering for. And what we would say about experience, that could mean practising error. Because if you don't know what you're doing and you practice it, you get very good at practising what you don't know. So I would think that experience in teaching students with disabilities is not good enough. Not for our very precious students.
That's incredibly useful. Yeah, please
Sorry,
go ahead.
I'm just looking at the criteria. If you have approval to teach special education, does that not necessitate a qualification?
Well, no, it's not. I looked everywhere on their website. If you can find anywhere on the website where it says, they talk about do you want to work in special education, we'll offer you a scholarship to train, but they don't say that that's necessary for you to work in special education. And the problem is, I mean, in my niece's case, she was working full-time in a very difficult position, including having responsibilities for teaching a class of kids with special needs. And she was having to do a very, very difficult course part-time. Now, I wonder whether there's enough support given for people to do these courses.
Presumably she had to pay for that out of her own pocket.
No, that was paid for by the department. Yes.
Sorry, you go.
No, I just want to ask, in terms of the requirements around approval to teach special education, in your submission you call out, and I think it's a very pertinent point, that there's no AITSL standards relating to the competencies of special education.
Well, there are. They've just released some.
Yeah, but
There's no
not.
AITSL standards
Yeah,
for...
but is that something you'd like to see?
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
definitely.
But if
And
you
I'm
look-
happy for any others to
but if you
jump
look at
in.
the AITSL board, there's no one on that board with a qualification in special education.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Chair.
No, that's okay. So if I could then come back to that question then for our other witnesses as well. So if I could ask, you called it ACE, didn't you? That's probably the easy way to say it, ACE. What your experience then is of sort of New South Wales versus other states in terms of trying to get that workforce in.
Look, I don't feel that I am really qualified to talk about all the initiatives that might have been apparent in other states, but as far as ACE is aware, that, it's a universal claim. Every submission that ACE does, whether it's at a federal level or at a state level, it revolves around this idea that it is okay to teach children with, complex needs as a result of a disability without any specialist training in that field. Coral has made reference to her niece. I mean, I can make reference to my children's own school. I know the New South Wales Department of Education released an initiative some years back, before 2010. I think it was called Every Student, Every School. And in that release, every school was going to get a specialist teacher. With a view to supporting students with disability, the inclusion of students with disability. It was termed a specialist teacher, not a special education teacher, because no qualifications were required. In my child's own school, I know that appointment went to a first year out teacher. And I knew her personally because she was a lovely, lovely teacher. She had been working in early childhood before that. She had been my son's early childhood teacher. She finished a teaching degree and was appointed as the specialist teacher at my children's public school. And her role, the role description was she was going to be a key player on the learning support team that would help determine what adjustments were made for students with disability. She was going to coach and mentor other teachers in effective strategies to support. This is what the role description said. This role was given to a teacher who had never taught in a classroom, let alone, never having actually taught children with disabilities. I know there's a teacher shortage and I don't have the magic bullet, but as Coral has said, training for teachers is absolutely essential. I started my career as a regular classroom primary school teacher. Very soon I took myself off to do a postgraduate course in special education because I knew that I just didn't have the skills to teach the diversity of children in my classroom. Like Coral's niece, it was, why wasn't I told all of this in my undergraduate training? It would have been so helpful.
So can I ask them, and I think I probably know the answer, but if there's not that requirement to have specialist training before you become the specialist educator, presumably there's not also then a requirement to update your knowledge over time. As we know, the research and the evidence base for what is an effective intervention strategy or what is a reasonable adjustment even would vary as research and time goes on.
Yeah,
is there any
absolutely.
requirement for these special ed teachers to then go on to do further training in special ed? Is that...
There isn't, but if there was AITSL standards that required professional learning as there is for other teachers, and that professional learning was in the area of special education, then that would be covered. Part of the content of a special ed course is looking at research and examining research. That wasn't part. I was, like Sally, a primary school teacher, went back after 2 years because I couldn't cope with the range of kids in my class, and that was before we had kids with intellectual disability in mainstream classes. And even then, just with kids with learning difficulties, I didn't know what to do. Look, you were asking about other states. I've only got one copy, but this came from our newsletter, and this is every paragraph on every state in Australia,
If you table that,
looking at their
the
website.
Secretary will make
Yeah,
it.
we'll
So
copy that.
I'm
Thank
happy
you.
for you to have that as
Can
well.
I just jump in? Just in following on from additional training through university, to what extent could you include part or all of that education training within the university curriculum, or would it extend the course for too long? So how realistic is it?
Can I answer that?
Yes, go, Kathy.
This is Kathy Little. My other hat that I wear, I'm Chair of Initial Teacher Education at the University of Sydney. So we have a prescribed accredited program that we are required to deliver in accordance with AITSL requirements, so that all of our graduate teachers meet all of the graduate teacher standards. It's a very crowded space, and at the moment we have one mandatory unit in special and inclusive education that every pre-service teacher must undertake. Is that enough? No. Is it ever going to be enough? No. We are meant to be embedding more core content into our undergraduate programs at the moment as a directive of the TEEP report. But the focus in terms of workforce planning from our sectors, special and inclusive education remains an afterthought. We're focusing on things like STEM. We are focusing on things that society views as more productive to our economy, and we continue to fight for the rights of participation, equity and access for all of our students. All of our students with disability can participate in STEM programs. All of our students with disability can participate in anything that you afford them at school. But in order to do that, we need to have the opportunities to expand our workforce and build on the capacities for our pre-service and our beginning teachers to be able to do that. And it comes back to the notion of scholarships. It comes back to the notion of value, of recognition of our students with disability requiring that degree of expertise. We don't allow our secondary students into a TAS lab with someone that doesn't have the requisite qualifications to teach that. Why are we allowing the same thing for our students? So in terms of our curriculum, our NSW approved curriculum, accredited curriculum with AITSL, yeah, it would be wonderful if we had some more targeted, specific requirements in there that address these sorts of things. But our comment and our feedback from AITSL when we suggest these is, well, if you want to put something in, you've got to suggest something that can go out. And that, to us, is not a tenable solution.
Can we just bring in the IEA online, because I know it's difficult sometimes to be included. If you wanted to respond to any of the questions that have just come before.
Thank you. Yes, it's Lauren. Good discussions and certainly things that we would agree with. And when you asked about experiences in other states, I think, as the other witnesses have mentioned, that it's quite common practice for people to be in special education roles without qualifications, and obviously current workload situations and workforce situations are making that even more difficult to have specialist people in specialist roles. And I don't think New South Wales is any different in terms of experiencing those struggles than any other state that we have. I'm not aware of any requirement in any other education jurisdiction for people to have the formal qualifications, like has been mentioned already. But from our perspective, I think we'd also like to see a shift in the discussion around qualifications. So while special education qualifications are important skills and important qualifications to have in segregated special settings for students, they don't always neatly or productively transfer over into inclusive education settings. So we actually know from experience working with special educators that they indicate that when they are working in inclusive classroom settings, that they feel underskilled in being able to utilise the skills that they've developed in the special education paradigm to implement them in an inclusive education setting. There's also national research which demonstrates that special educators don't feel confident in the curriculum that's being taught in regular schools and don't know how to make that curriculum accessible to students with disability who are accessing their education in inclusive education settings versus special education settings. So I would like to see the conversation shift around actually skilling the workforce in relation to inclusive education practices, because it is a paradigm shift. They are different skill sets. There's value in both skill sets, but it's not just an easy one person picking up skills in a specialist setting and then implementing them in an inclusive setting. And we know that the majority of our students nationally, but also in New South Wales, with disability are accessing their educations in regular classroom settings. So we really need to be building with the skills that can support our regular classroom teachers to teach those students in those regular settings.
I think that's a really good point, and I guess it's hard not to go off your own personal experience, but I have seen incredible instances of special ed units in mainly in private schools, where they perform not only that role of shepherding a child through each year and being that sort of point of contact, but also importantly educating the other teachers, not just in relation to that child, but in general, picking out where there are sort of more systemic problems within the school and helping with that. So that's kind of an example of where it works really, really well. Do you have experience of, I guess, is it a case of those private and independent schools taking people that do have that education or have that specialist education, or is it just a case of having more support staff? Do you have any sort of, I guess, learnings across the different settings that we could sort of use to make recommendations for the public system?
Are you
Yeah,
asking?
Sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
Lauren.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
What we know is that regular classroom teachers are very capable of teaching students with disability right across the broad scope of the requirements of adjustments that some students have. What they need is the support to build that confidence and capability. We know from lots of research that the practices that support students, even with the most extensive support needs, are quite common and regular teaching practices that occur in regular classrooms. It's the intentionality and the intensity of those practices for those students that increases when they are included. So our regular classroom workforce is well placed, but they need people in their schools to support them with that job embedded collaboration, guidance, coaching, to support them to bring those practices to life in an inclusive manner and to build up their knowledge and skills to include all students in that classroom. So yes, having models or people in schools that have the expertise in how to make that happen, so not just the special education skill set, but how to then translate that into a classroom where there are 28 students learning Year 10 trigonometry when we've got a broad range of students with a broad range of needs in there.
Yeah. Thank you. If you wanted to answer as well, Dr. Kemp.
Yes, I probably would disagree with the fact that most classroom teachers are able to deal with the range of kids in their classes. But just to let you know that probably most of the special educators who are employed in the system are probably in special classes and special schools. So that means that fewer qualified people are actually working in mainstream classes. Now, if a special educator is well trained, they're an instructional specialist. They're not necessarily a curriculum specialist, which means they need to work, I'm talking secondary school now, they need to work with the curriculum specialist. So it's a partnership. So what the special educator brings is the instructional strategies that work for these kids, that we know work for these kids. Now, I think maybe my colleague might have something to say about the research into the confidence of teachers working in regular education classes with children with disabilities. Jennifer?
Yeah, in one of my other hats, I've been involved with colleagues from Wollongong University in research on students who are included in mainstream classes. We did some work looking at how decisions were made about adjustments for students who were included in mainstream classrooms. We worked with, I think it was 22 schools, and we interviewed parents, teachers, principals, learning support teachers, whoever was involved with the student with disabilities. The students that we looked at were those with the two highest level of need, according to the Federal Disability Classification. And when we looked at that decision-making process and the adjustments that schools were making, we found that some schools were really doing a good job. They had really clear goals for the students, the teachers knew what they were doing, and the students were well supported. But in a lot of schools, simply because there's nobody in the school who is aware of the full range of potential adjustments to teaching, the adjustments that were being made were not meeting student needs, and the schools themselves often recognised that. In most of the schools that we talked to, at least one of the people we talked to said that the adjustments that they were putting in were not meeting student needs. So unless you've got someone in the school who knows what will work for students and who can support teachers implementing those kinds of adjustments, it's just not going to happen. Where you haven't got the special education expertise, the adjustments that were made were often very light touch, things that were easy to do and didn't really make big changes to teachers' everyday classroom practice. So although some schools are doing an excellent job, there are schools out there who are still struggling and who recognise that they are struggling and who need qualified people in there to support their teachers in making sure that the adjustments that are made for kids with disabilities will actually meet the students' needs.
Can I just ask,
It's Lauren. Sorry.
Sorry, Lauren. Go.
We would certainly agree with that, but I'd also like to call out the fact that mainstream is not the same as inclusive education.
Yeah.
And I think too often we misrepresent what inclusive education actually is. So it's not just students being present, it's not integration, and it's not mainstream, which is what we often, as I said, hold up as being inclusive education, which it really isn't. Inclusive education is about a school and about classrooms that have undergone very deliberate reform, where they have changed their practices and they are ensuring that students are included. And often the schools that have been successful in that are the ones that do have sufficient staff on site who are providing that coaching, that job-embedded professional learning, who are looking at systems and processes to make sure that those practices are occurring for students. So we need to stop conflating mainstream schools that haven't undergone any reform and that aren't implementing inclusive education practices and holding them up as being inclusive, because they're not at all. So we need to be making sure that what we're calling on is actually inclusive education.
That's very true, but I think we have to kind of avoid the argument that if it's not working, it's not inclusion. These kids are out there in regular schools. Some schools are committed to inclusion and doing a good job. Some schools are just coping as best they can. And it involves special and regular ed working together to develop schools that are fully inclusive.
This debate sort of touches on where I wanted to take the discussion, which is we've heard in previous sessions from a range of organisations advocating for an end to segregation, and that obviously has would have a radical impact on the practice that of special education in this state. I think Lauren sort of is on one end of the spectrum in terms of this debate. I wanted to maybe invite the panellists to make some comment about this underlying question which this committee is grappling with, which is the recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission around an end to segregated education for disabled people.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Having spent 45 years in the education system and 35 years of that in sort of the special education space, supporting students with disabilities, and I'll put on the table including as a principal of a special school. I think I retired last year, and the last stage of my career I was truly dismayed by the portrayal of special education settings as something to be demonised and devalued, and the emotive language that is used, even the term segregation, which has certain negative connotations to it. We don't talk about segregating our students who go to selective high schools. We don't talk about segregating our children who go to various religious schools. We don't talk about segregation if it's a sports high school or an arts high school. That word is used very much to, I think, put a bit of to kind of smear special education as something that is detrimental and somehow unfair to children. I would absolutely wholeheartedly agree that there is a lot more we can do to make all schools more inclusive and to successfully cater to the needs of a vastly greater range of students with disability than we are currently doing. But at the same time, the minute that you say all children must attend an inclusive regular classroom with maybe 30 other children, you are actually deciding that some children will be denied the education that is actually going to be more supportive of their educational needs. There are children for whom being placed in that sort of environment really is not going to provide them with an opportunity to maximise their learning and their development towards a more independent life. And I could, give some specific examples of where I think, have experienced that and think that that is the case. But, I do think that it is a real shame that so much emphasis is being made about setting rather than always thinking it is the child who has to, and their needs, that has to be at the centre of every decision about their education, and that we as a society have an obligation to provide an education that is responsive to the needs of every child. And putting any kind of policy or statement that says all kind of negates the capacity to really give that sort of individual attention to a child.
Can I just pick up on that as well? I guess when we talk about ending, I will use the word segregation, when we're talking about ending that, we're talking about it being a transition period of a number of years. There will always be exceptions, but if we don't lead ourselves towards a position where we're including at least the vast majority, then it will never change, and we'll have this. I'm not sure that it's helpful to say we're rejecting the idea of all of it closing, so therefore we're not going to be working towards it. I'm sure that's not what you're saying, but is there a willingness on the part of your organisations to work towards a far more inclusive educational setting, keeping in mind what you've said about the...
Look, ACE as an organisation, just advocates for children with disability, regardless of their educational setting. ACE does not hold, this opinion that more children should go to special schools.
Yeah.
It comes back to a position where there is a choice, and that that parents of children with disability and the children themselves do have the option of going to a specialised setting that actually meets their educational needs. And there are some children for whom being in a busy, noisy classroom with 30 other children is not conducive to their learning. And I know, Lauren has talked about teachers and classrooms need the supports, but there are, my experience of some children is that I cannot envisage what supports could possibly be put into a classroom to support particular children that I have worked with, whereas a very specialised setting that has high ratios of support, that has a quieter environment, a smaller environment, a less busy environment, is actually conducive to reducing their anxiety and their learning, promoting their learning.
Yeah, sorry, can I just pick up on that one last bit and then I'll throw it back over? Because I think I hear what you say.
Dr. Kemp wanted to say something.
Sorry, just the idea that these special schools are also not busy and also not noisy. Is that actually the case? It's not what I've witnessed.
I'm sure there are many improvements that could be made in any educational environment. I'm going to be very biased, aren't I, having been principal of a special school where we had extremely high expectations, for the children's learning. I would say we provided an incredibly supportive environment, that was able to take into account the needs of the children. I will absolutely agree, varying levels of success, not, as successful for every single child. But certainly children who were not able to flourish in much busier classrooms were able to flourish in smaller classrooms with higher adult to student ratios.
Dr. Kemp, sorry.
Like Sally, I've worked in this area a long time, so I've been involved in special education for 50 years. I did the first Masters in Special Education that was run in this country. I have worked in mainstream. I've run a 2-teacher school in remote Western Australia. I've taught in regular primary school classes. I've taught in a special school. I've been in charge of a special unit within a regular school. So I've had quite a range of experience. When I was a special education teacher, I worked tirelessly for my children to be more included. And as an early interventionist, I certainly worked to have the children included in regular early childhood settings. So in terms of inclusion, gosh, yes, I support inclusion wherever it is possible. But if you are going to look at the commissioners who recommended the phasing out of special education...
Who all had a disability.
Sorry?
Sorry, they all had a disability.
Yes, but it wasn't an intellectual disability. These were very intelligent people. They wouldn't have been commissioners if they weren't. I don't know whether they would have had much experience with kids with severe intellectual disability, behavioural issues. I doubt it somehow. In terms of the phasing out of special schools, look, I don't think it will happen because I don't think parents will accept it. I remember in 1990 when Virginia Chadwick was the Minister for Education in the state, on her agenda was the closing down of special schools. It didn't happen because parents didn't want it to happen. They wanted to be able to put their children in special schools if they thought it would benefit them. And the other thing I'd like to say about special schools in terms of education is that we've come a long way from the time I started working in the field. I've worked in 2 institutions. It was hideous. Deinstitutionalisation, parents keeping their kids at home in a normal community, that's inclusion. What you've got to think about is there's a whole lifetime ahead of these people. They need to be prepared to live the most inclusive, best life they can live. And if a period of segregated education is going to make that happen for them, then so be it. It's not just about what happens at school.
No, that's right.
Can we ask Lauren to make a comment about this as well? Because I think she's...
I just haven't had any questions.
Haven't had any yet.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's Lauren speaking. Lots to obviously comment on. I too started out teaching in segregated settings, and I will use the term segregated because it is in the human rights frameworks. It does have a formal definition, and that is what those settings are and recognised as internationally. I worked in special education units, teaching small classes of students with extensive support needs. I worked to transition those students out into regular classrooms. I've worked in schools where I've fully closed segregated units and all students have been successfully included in their regular classrooms for many, many years now. I've worked with a larger number of schools as an advisor who supports the inclusion of students with extremely extensive support needs. I've also worked with students who have transitioned out of segregated settings into inclusive schools, where in the segregated settings they had 2 staff members assigned to them. They were doing their learning in separate classrooms from other students in those segregated settings, and they went on to be successful in inclusive education classrooms. So I really think we need to not be limited by what we can imagine and what we've experienced, but what's actually possible. And not only possible, but what's actually happening in our schools. We know that we have schools that are including students with quite extensive support needs right now. So it's not the students themselves that present as a challenge and that aren't able to be included, but a challenge for our educators, our schools and our systems to enable the conditions that allow that to happen successfully. There's comments there about students, needing to be included in communities beyond school. Absolutely. And that happens when they're included at school. You don't transition from being in a segregated school with limited opportunities, with limited interactions with communities, and then go on to have a flourishing, inclusive life beyond school. We know, and all the research shows, that when students are included in schools, their school outcomes improve considerably, and so do their post-school outcomes. We also know that segregated settings through the Royal Commission increase students' exposure to violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation, and that's been found time and time again in many of these similar inquiries in the state-based systems, but also through the Royal Commission. So I think we do need to get over this arguing around what should and what should not be and start working toward the goal of ensuring that all students have that genuine opportunity to be included, because right now there isn't a choice. It's a choice between mediocre mainstream education and mediocre outcomes that come out of segregated education. So that's not a real choice for parents. So I would like to see us on a journey where we are working toward more inclusive schools. I would support the recommendation from the 3 commissioners who have suggested that phased, because it can't be quick, it can't be overnight. We know we need to build our workforce and build our schools to enable inclusive education to happen over just integration and mainstream education so that it can be successful.
But it's not going to happen in 8 years, which is, I think, the time period, wasn't it?
8 years was not the full time period, no. 8 years was just the preparation period, and it extends beyond that, where we stop enrolling students into prep in segregated provision, and then it phases through. So those currently who are undertaking their education in specialist settings can continue to see out that education in those
But
settings.
no more enrolments after 8 years. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I can't see it happening.
I do need to allow.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's been
Go
really
ahead.
interesting. I'm not in any way taking away. I just want to raise a slightly different issue. That's all. And it comes from ACE in your submission. I was interested in the part where you spoke about the most recent version of the suspension policy from the Department of Education. We've got witnesses coming from there this afternoon, where you say suspension is now deemed a behaviour management intervention and you see that as being problematic. Could you just give a little bit more insight into why you've got concerns about that approach and what you would suggest in terms of a better way of managing those sort of challenges in a classroom?
In terms of ACE's position, we're finding that the default for schools, particularly for students who are presenting with challenging behaviour, is not to actually work through the process of identification. Why is this behaviour happening? What are the things that are sitting around this student that perhaps as a school and a system we can actually afford support? Does the family need support? Is there bigger things that we need to be thinking about here? The knee-jerk reaction tends to be, let's just remove this student as soon as possible because they're disrupting the learning of everybody else. And the student in that case then becomes not necessarily a victim as such, but they become the consequence of quite a knee-jerk reaction that hasn't been thought through in terms of looking at the underpinning reasons for this. And it's too easy to suspend students, to actually... And no, don't get me wrong, suspension in schools can be a very effective tool if it's used correctly. If it's used as a means of giving people space apart to sit, think, reflect and plan for how this student re-enters back into school to ensure their success, that it's not just a revolving door, they come in and go straight back out again. If that's how we use that process, then that's fine. But what we're finding is that schools are, because of the increasing issues around disruptive and challenging behaviours in students, schools are leveraging this notion of suspension much more frequently as a mechanism of response. So it's being far more reactive, and what we're hoping and what we're advocating for is a more proactive system of support for our students who are living with very challenging behaviours as a result of mental health, of domestic violence, of things that exist beyond their remit. And so as a system and as a sector, we need to be investing in more proactive strategies in this space rather than simply the reactive strategy of just suspending a student, because it doesn't address the underlying issue.
And I think, you know, the data very clearly, and it's something that we've had witnesses speak about and in the submissions around the high proportion of children with disability who are suspended, but also the recurrent suspensions that, as you say, rather than it being a tool to kind of reassess and reset what's happening in the classroom, it's multiple suspensions for the same student year after year, and I think that's something that we're all equally concerned about in terms of that.
And so we do need some investment in looking at a more proactive support way to actually support our students, support their families, leverage the expertise that we have in our schools and our communities to do that.
Yeah. Did any of the other witnesses want to make a comment on that, and then I'll hand over to my colleague? But
It's Lauren. I just want to say that I agree with everything that they've said. We have the same concerns and would like to see the same sorts of reforms in relation to behaviour management in schools.
thanks, Lauren.
And it comes back again to training
Yeah.
and having specialist support on site
Yeah.
on an ongoing basis, calling in a behaviour support person who might come in from some, you know, department office, spend half an hour, give some expert advice and then disappear is just goes nowhere near addressing the issue.
So more consistent support.
And can I add to that too? It's part of our research. We've been talking to the assistant principals, learning and support, who are support people who come into schools to deal with problems that schools haven't provided additional support. And those teachers have told us that most often they're called in for behaviour, and when they actually get down and look at what the problem is with the student, the issue is instruction and curriculum. So it's the child reacting against inappropriate teaching, inappropriate curriculum that's one of the elements that's feeding into those behaviour issues. So it comes back to good teaching, good curriculum.
Thank you. I'll let Tash.
Thank you. I've just got one question that was in relation to ACE and your submission, where you've talked about the lack of data on student outcomes, and I'm also interested for the other witnesses to comment. But what data is missing and what should be measured?
Well, for all children who participate in that plan, you know, that is a base level of data, and parent, you know, that is, you know, kind of universal across the country. There is no data collected, to my knowledge, and others might want to correct me, but there is no data collected on educational attainment for students who don't sit NAPLAN. So individual schools might have good practices in place. I like to think the school I was at did, in that we set individual education plans and we monitored the students' progress and we provided feedback. We used data to inform our practice, but there's absolutely no requirement that detailed progress monitoring of student outcomes. There's no recording of whether children are achieving the goals that have been set for them. Do any other panel members? No, I don't think anyone on it is aware of.
Lauren, did you want to
data
comment on
being
that?
collected.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any specific data sets either, and I'd certainly agree that we need to have them. There needs to be accountability in regards to the learning of students with disability in our schools. So being able to draw on and use data sets that give us that information and that we can look at and reflect on and be accountable to would be an important part of the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I wanted to just quickly go back, and I think we might have sort of covered this already, but with INSPED, you talked, and I know you used the example, Dr. Kemp, of your niece, but the issue around not having a higher level of pay and status for those teachers who do that additional training in special education. I probably know the answer to this, but I'm assuming you would support if the committee were to make some recommendations around acknowledging that additional learning in terms of pay and position in a school for those who do undertake those masters or additional courses. Is that something you would support us recommending?
Absolutely. We'd absolutely support that, because otherwise, why would people be encouraged to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, if they can get a job, and sometimes, well, in my niece's case, she got the special ed job because at that point, that was the only way she could get a position in a school. So she took it. She did the right thing and she did a course. But if you're going to do a master's in special education, it's a minimum of 1 year full time. Yeah. In many cases, it's more. The one I did was 1 year full time, 1 year part time. That's an incredible commitment. And in any other profession, it would be recognised, but not in education. It's like being a specialist doctor, I suppose. You've got your GPs and you've got people with additional qualifications. Well, that attracts status and it attracts funding. If you want to encourage people to be special educators, then you need to recognise them and pay them accordingly.
And even while they're doing their study, to try and support that, to provide them with maybe release from face-to-face teaching for 1 day a week, or to be given, we have at the university, we have a number of students doing the Master of Education, but they're expected to do it in their own time. They'd like to go on to do further research, but they're not supported by their employer to do that. They are not given any time off work to do placements. They have to do that in their own leave time. So having some conversations at a sector level so that the sector can support their teachers is what, through the process, as well as potentially at the end. But I think if we want people to engage in special and inclusive education, specialisations and training, they need to be given that sector level support from the get-go.
Did you want to add anything to that, Lauren? Just conscious you're online.
No, just that I agree, not just around the financial support for people to participate or be acknowledged, but as was just mentioned, actual time and release from school to be able to engage in the study, I think is something that teachers raise as the most prominent hesitation in undertaking further study, that you're obviously working in busy schools, long hours teaching, preparing, and then you have to go home and do master's level study at night time, and it's really difficult to get release or get support for release during regular school working hours to engage in that.
Thank you.
I'd just very briefly like to add to that, quite aside from financial recognition, I think recognition of special and inclusive, educators, teachers, specialist teachers in that space. There's also a slight trend, I think, since the introduction of the National Disability Insurance Scheme in school systems, for more value to be placed perhaps on what an outside therapist says than the people who are actually working with the child every day. There is a slight risk already, I think, of the educational support for children being outsourced to therapists in a way that is not particularly helpful. Ways of addressing more inclusive education system is huge. It's looking more around having those therapists in schools rather than, I'll go and visit them once a fortnight or whatever. But kind of recognition that it is a specialist field and that people do have specialist skills. As Coral said, we recognise specialist doctors. We don't recognise specialist teachers, and we should.
I think that's fine. That's all right.
No. Okay. Thank you. I think we could keep talking for a long time. Thank you so much for your submissions and for coming along and giving us the benefit of your considerable expertise. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there will be supplementary questions, which I think there will be, the committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to how to respond to those. But that concludes this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the confusion around places. I think we got there in the end. Welcome to our next panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for making the time to come here today. Starting from my left, could I ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Yes, sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Shedley, representing Siblings Australia as their Chief Executive here today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Philip Petrie, I'm here as the CEO of Allevia Limited. I'm also the New South Wales Chair of National Disability Services New South Wales Division. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Morgan Fitzpatrick. I'm here on behalf of National Disability Services along with Philip Petrie as a State Divisional Committee member. I'm also the CEO of Corona Child and Family Services Limited. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hello, Professor Iona Novak. I'm the Cerebral Palsy Alliance Chair of Allied Health at the University of Sydney. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Sophie Gears. I'm a CP champion and I'm here on behalf of Cerebral Palsy Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be nothing but the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous, thank you. So I'm going to ask each of you if you'd like to make a short opening statement, and I will start with Siblings Australia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here today. Siblings Australia is the only sibling-focused organisation operating nationally. We began in 1999 and are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. We exist to make sure that siblings are acknowledged in policy and practice, and we work across the lifespan. Our largest cohort is siblings of people with disability, but we also work with mental health and chronic illness. Before I go any further, I'd like to make a quick note on language. When I refer to siblings, I'm talking about the student without a disability or whose disability requires less classroom supports and interventions. When speaking about the student with disability, I'll refer to them as the brother or sister. Siblings experience myriad issues with education directly related to being siblings. They may be unable to participate in extracurricular activities, find it hard to have time to study at home, or might have disrupted sleep from their brother or sister's nighttime activities. They experience higher rates of school absenteeism and less social engagement than their peers. They are also more likely than their peers to experience anxiety and depression. Many report their own schooling being interrupted by teachers or school staff who lack the skills or confidence in managing challenging behaviours, calling them out of class to assist with their brother or sister. They love their brothers or sisters, they want the best for them, but they don't want to be defined as being a sibling. At the same time, they want recognition of the impacts that being a sibling has on their education. SIBS UK released a paper earlier this month, If Only You Knew, which found that 2 out of every 3 siblings had spoken to their teachers about being a sibling, but 3/4 didn't receive any support for the impacts that had on their education. I don't think that educators don't care. I just don't think that the impacts of being a sibling registers for them. And while those are UK figures, they reflect what our feedback tells us too. But sibling support isn't just important for siblings. When siblings are seen and supported, there are many benefits for the students with disability. Last year, we produced a white paper looking at the Australian Disability Strategy. It found that research demonstrated that siblings were relevant to 2 of the 3 policy priority areas directly related to education and learning, as well as the priority of transition from education to employment. Siblings are often the primary communication partners with their brothers or sisters, and they are strong supporters of a truly inclusive model of participation. Siblings are commonly tuned into an empowering approach to their brother or sister's rights, safety, communication and empowerment. They often aim higher for their brother or sister than others in the lives of people with disability, seeing their abilities rather than any limitations and encouraging others to too. By recognising and addressing the unique needs and challenges faced by siblings and the important role they play in supporting their brothers and sisters, we can create a more inclusive and supportive environment for all individuals and disabilities with families. We must work collaboratively to ensure that siblings receive the recognition and support that maximises the positive contributions that they can make to education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And National Disability Services.
Firstly, can I just thank the committee for the opportunity and inviting National Disability Services to be part of the inquiry. Personally, just for context, I'm a registered nurse with 43 years experience working in the disability sector. I have a master's degree in educational studies specialising in special education. I'm also the CEO of an organisation called Allevia operating in southwest Sydney. We're a registered NDIS provider and we work with people from the age of 7 up and their families. I'm the chair of the National Disability Services New South Wales Divisional Committee, and just to make sure, when I refer to NDS, I'm not referring to the NDIS, which is a common problem that we have to deal with at the moment. Excuse me. NDS advocates for the best. Excuse me, sorry.
That's okay.
All of a sudden I get a frog in my throat.
It happens all the time.
NDS advocates for the best NDIS for everybody. One that's accessible, equitable and appropriately funded through fair pricing. We believe that we can achieve those goals, but whilst we've guided people from the old state-based system through into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, we unfortunately have not focused on the next generation of NDIS participants very well. And we have neglected to even consider the needs of those who fall outside the scheme. Whilst Allevia does not provide supports to children under the age of 7 or even in an educational setting, we do work alongside a lot of organisations that do. And we have an inherent stake in the journey of children because ultimately we end up being their primary service provider when they reach adulthood. National Disability Services is the peak body for non-government disability service providers. We have 300 member organisations in New South Wales, about 1,100 provider organisations nationally. Collectively, we provide thousands of services to people with disability, with all types of disability and for all age groups. Our members employ about 100,000 people, and we provide services to nearly 500,000 Australians nationally. Our vision is for an inclusive Australia where all people with disability live safely and equitably. To achieve this, people with disability need to have access to the right supports at the right time from the right people. Equally important is to ensure that support starts as early as possible in a person's life to minimise the impact of their disability and maximise their potential as a contributing member of society. Our members often identify barriers but also potential opportunities for the New South Wales Government in order for it to be able to address and improve access, the delivery of safe, quality and inclusive education for children and young people with disability in educational settings. We know that the current system is not providing good outcomes for all children and their families. For reasons such as the introduction of the NDIS, many children and their families are actually missing out on essential early opportunities that build their capacity to grow and thrive. We see this at Allevia with our interactions with young adults as they come to us as school leavers and looking for the next journey into adulthood and into situations such as employment and housing opportunities. To this end, NDS members believe that there are emerging opportunities now to promote best practice in early childhood support and ensure critical wraparound supports are in place and accessible for all families. Our members are acutely aware that the work required is considerable and very, very complex, and it won't happen overnight. The challenges are even more difficult when we start looking at regional and remote parts of New South Wales. To this end, NDS supports the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability, and in the context of this inquiry, particularly Volume 7 of the Commission's report. And we also support the recommendations of the NDIS review that's currently being considered by all governments, state and federal. With my learned and eminently more qualified and experienced colleague Morgan Fitzpatrick, who is also a member of NDS Divisional Committee, we hope that we can contribute to the inquiry, particularly on the impact the NDIS is having on children and service providers in the early childhood and educational settings. Thank you.
Fabulous, thank you. Cerebral palsy.
Honourable Members of Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement, and I respect the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation whose land we meet on today. Let it be noted that some members of the panel are wearing glasses, while others will rely on the digital recordings and the notes taken by the court reporter. These accommodations help us all to contribute meaningfully to this inquiry. However, not all New South Wales students are afforded these accommodations, the sorts of accommodations that allow them to show what they know. I speak before you today as an advocate for the equitable treatment of students with cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is the most common physical disability of childhood, but it's a reality facing many, many students in our system. Statistics reveal that 1 in 3 cannot walk, 1 in 4 cannot talk. Many experience epilepsy, chronic pain, and sleep disorders, which further detrimental to their learning. Research also shows that individuals with cerebral palsy experience more fatigue than their able-bodied peers. And that requires accommodations, such as glasses, such as scribes, and such as extra time. These simple accommodations require our equitable implementation. Education is a fundamental right and has to be equally accessible to all. However, high-quality research studies consistently show that there are disparities in the educational experiences of people with cerebral palsy. They participate less frequently in school activities and peer interactions, both within the classroom and outside the classroom. Environmental, attitudinal, support and policy barriers, coupled with the fatigue of attending school, compound this inequity. Throughout my career, I have provided evidence regarding the necessities for accommodations and building code changes for students with disabilities. Not only are these accommodations difficult to obtain, they often require years of advocacy to secure the funding and implementation. Nevertheless, hope does prevail. The Partnering for Change initiative in Canada serves as a beacon towards equality. Through classroom support, as requested by teachers, the program ensures timely access to universal accommodations for all students with special needs, with or without a diagnosis, including those with cerebral palsy. The results are compelling: enhanced school participation, heightened engagement in the home and the community, and decreased emotional and behavioural challenges. Furthermore, the program was shown to be cost-effective to the Ontario government. On behalf of the 34,000 Australians living with cerebral palsy, I implore us to cultivate an educational ecosystem that ensures that every student, regardless of their abilities, can realise their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will start with Ms McLaren-Jones.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for appearing and your submissions. My first question is actually to NDS in relation to your submission where you've talked about therapists and particularly, so I suppose, the inconsistency of how service is delivered. We've heard from other witnesses where sometimes therapists will attend to a school, their rooms are not being made available for that support, or in some cases, I've seen in regional communities where a therapist may go out, they then go home and then come back out again in the afternoon to see another student. Interested to hear from you as to how this is impacting delivery of services, but more importantly, how it can be improved.
Thank you for the question. This is a very important one. In addition to my role with NDS and with Corona, which is an early intervention provider, I'm also the chair of a network of not-for-profit providers. So we've got 19 providers of early childhood intervention and allied health. We support over 20,000 children a year in early intervention and allied health across New South Wales, Victoria, and the ACT. This issue is something we're observing across all areas, so across the Sydney metro area, regional and remote areas as well. Some examples that have been given to me is, and that I've experienced in my own organisation, not allowing therapists in for all of term 1 or up until week 5 or 7, not in the last term of the year, maybe only requiring only allowing one therapist per child, so you have to pick, do you want occupational therapy or speech therapy for your child in the school setting? Only one time slot a week, so if you say Friday at 1:45 all therapists can come in, that may not be the class that the child is struggling in, that may not be the time of day that the child is struggling, so they're not able to get the support at the time they need. Not allowing therapy in the classroom. We've actually had cases where schools have said you can only deliver therapy in the hallway, or you can only deliver therapy for 5 minutes, not in that setting. I had a case study sent to me yesterday of a school that is requiring therapy to be done in a director's office unsupervised. The therapists are uncomfortable with that because of the child protection risk that exists and their reputation and their safety as a professional. I've had another example sent to me around schools requiring CPR and first aid training, even though the policy says that they're not to provide that in the school setting. They're still required to have that before they can access the school. And another example that was sent to me is a school that's charging therapists to a fee for coming to see the children in the school, and that's an administrative fee that the therapists need to cover. The impacts of that are obviously very profound. I think I've listened in on the earlier session today. I think the comment that was made there at the end was about allied health professionals cannot in any way on their own solve the inclusion challenges that we have. But when they work collaboratively with the educators and they're able to collaborate on the curriculum and making that inclusive, we can have very good outcomes. Where we're seeing we, as a provider with Corona, we've got some schools that we work in as a sole provider, and we're actually working very closely with those schools. We also operate 2 inclusive preschools ourselves, and early learning has its own set of challenges around this that can in some ways mirror the examples I've given, in some ways they're different. Where we as a provider are working one-on-one with a school, we're able to collaborate. So we have planning sessions at the start of the school term and in every school holidays to go, what are the needs of the school? What are the trends we're seeing? What are the kind of themes coming out? We can do then professional development to the entire set of educators and teachers in that school setting. We can also do capacity building and workshops for the parents. So if there's global issues that are happening, then we can also work together in schools where there's a need and to co-develop the curriculum and influence the curriculum in a way to make that more inclusive. It is so important that we can have allied health access into schools, not just from the individual child point of view and the benefits that that child will get, but from a global point of view and developing inclusion in schools.
And what are the reasons why therapists are being denied entry? Is it just a decision by that school, and what action can a parent or a carer take?
Yeah, listen, I think the reasons vary by school, and at the end of the day it is up to the principal of each school to make that decision as to what the policy will be. Our personal observation as it relates to an administrative overwhelm. The NDIS had many benefits, obviously, for the sector, and the principle of choice and control is a principle we really support. However, that has meant that families are choosing which provider they'd like to use. And some schools report that they have 200 providers wanting to come in, for that week. I think the example we gave is we had one principal say 180, so that was in the paper. That's a large volume for the schools to coordinate. So for them to look at what timing suits, what classrooms are suitable, go through all the paperwork required, And so our observation is this is a way of managing the administration and the disruption that comes to the classroom where you don't have the opportunity for meaningful collaboration. I think that could be improved. There is centralised processing for working with children checks and identification, but there's not that across all schools, and not all schools look to the centralised system. So they may have their own requirements on top of that, and they may duplicate the centralised requirements as well. If that could be centralised, you would save a lot of time for schools and a lot of time for providers. In addition to that, I think that the disruption to the classroom is really important. I think moving to a system where you reduce the number of providers involved would allow a more meaningful engagement with schools. You did ask about parents and their avenues. Listen, it's different for every school. I've been on the phone with principals. I know that many of my colleagues have been on the phone with principals. Certainly our therapists try to advocate through whatever channels appropriate in that school. But at the end of the day, it does come down to the individual school.
And before I hand over to my colleague, just one question for Siblings Australia in relation to what supports are actually currently available here in New South Wales, or if you're aware of other supports in other jurisdictions that should be implemented here.
Specifically for siblings?
Yes.
Not on a systems-wide basis. We're working with the Department for Education in South Australia to develop a practice guide for working with siblings. I had a meeting yesterday with the Department for Education here with their inclusion and wellbeing section and discussed that concept with them, which was something they were receptive to. But those sorts of system-wide supports are in their infancy.
And I'm happy for you to take this on notice because I'm aware of time, but if you could provide maybe just a list of key things that would be good to be included as part of potential recommendation for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for our Cerebral Palsy Alliance just coming out of your submission. The first one that I wanted to ask about, and I think you make a very good point in terms of the reasonable adjustments and that lack of consistency from both school to university and even within school, and you talk about what the settings might be in terms of a school-based assessment versus what happens with NESA and the HSC. So I was just keen if you were happy to share some more insights into that process, and I don't know whether Ms Geeves would like to speak from personal experience about what it was like and maybe how it could be better.
Could I just pause us there, because I just found out that that Ms Geeves would like to make an opening statement.
Oh, sure, please.
Apologies for not giving you that opportunity before.
Okay. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands of which we meet on today, the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experiences and the experiences of my CP active colleagues. Please allow me some extra time given my slower speech. We strongly believe that the only way to make schools a better place and more inclusive is by listening to and learning from the lived experience of people with disabilities. And so I am so grateful to the committee for establishing this inquiry. I'm here today on behalf of our CP Active Champions Group. CP Active is Cerebral Palsy Alliance's grassroots advocacy campaign, bringing together people with CP, their families, carers, the disability workforce and allies, and who are passionate about creating a more inclusive and accessible society. My passion for disability advocacy stems from my own journey through education. My schooling experience was at times incredibly challenging, as I often had to spend time justifying my needs and special considerations in exams and assignments. Throughout my schooling, the adjustments I required were often put in the too hard basket. As a student who went to a mainstream school, I I wanted nothing more than to be included and accepted, and to have equal opportunities just like my non-disabled peers. As a teenager, I was already self-conscious about my disability. I felt that these assessments and doctor reports that were collated from specialists were further highlighting these differences. At CP Active, we embrace the central concept of disability justice. Nothing about us without us. I am a member of the CP Active Champions Steering Committee and the chair of the Blaze the Trail working group campaign that was created as part of our inclusive education campaign. In the lead up to the 2023 state election, CP Active decided to campaign on three tangible R's that were informed by our common experiences in education and employment. The two platforms focused on specifically on school experiences are: 1, clear, consistent and enforceable guidelines for support around assessments at school and universities for students with disabilities. 2, pathways for people with disabilities to enter the teaching workforce. While some of these recommendations may already feature in government policy and or in legislation, it is the experience of CP Active Champions was that these weren't applied and were far too often our access to reasonable supports and accommodations are disregarded or minimized. New South Wales Labor committed to 3 policy R's in February 2023, and we recently met with New South Wales Minister for Disability and Inclusion, Kate Washington, to progress an action in these areas. Our focus and expertise is not in policy or legislation, but our own lived experience as young people with physical disabilities trying to navigate the New South Wales education system, having to advocate for ourselves on a daily basis and carrying the extra burden of adapting to disabling processes that we face in education and the wider society. We can and should do so much more to support the next generation of young people with disabilities and set them up for positive experiences that are equal, fair, and this starts with clear and consistent processes for all.
Thank you so much, and apologies again for not realising.
Well, you sort of answered some of my question, to be honest. We set that up quite well. But I did, and I'm happy for some more commentary. But in terms of, I guess, what would be some of the things this committee could recommend in terms of making that adjustments process cleaner, more simplified, and better in terms of those sort of lived experiences that you've had, Ms. Geese?
Yeah, definitely. I think in the lead up to my HSC, and I know I speak on behalf of my CP Active colleagues when I say this, my HSC, the HSC is stressful enough for any for any person going through the HSC, and on top of that, my HSC year was filled with getting doctors' reports, different allied health professionals' reports and things like that. So I think, and they all came back saying the same thing, but it was incredibly stressful. I remember the first I remember I didn't actually know what recommendations were going to be finalised. Sorry, what special considerations were going to be finalised until about a week or two before my HSC. So I was sort of preparing for the best case scenario, which was getting what I had asked for, which I think at the time was 15 minutes extra per half hour. Or they could have come back and said, no, you're only going to get the standard 5 minutes extra per half hour. And I think that caused a lot of anxiety in not knowing whether I was going to get the equal opportunity to do my HSC just like everyone else. And I think just allowing whilst I understand that doctors' reports and stuff have to be written, I think one doctor's report from a specialist that's been seeing you for the last 18 years, particularly at the Children's Hospital, should be enough. I don't believe that you should have to go and get hundreds of doctors' reports and spend hours in therapy appointments or proving otherwise.
I think Australia owns the largest disability database in the world now, thanks to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Solutions like data linkage would allow the department and the government to cross-plan. We're talking predominantly about lifelong disabilities. These do not change. They do not need to be reassessed. Things get more difficult with time, not easier. And to have to present evidence that you have a lifelong condition is insulting and disrespectful to people with disabilities. And there are ways to do this that would save the department both time and money and allow students to not experience additional stresses undertaking examinations.
So almost like, for lack of a better term, sort of a tell us once approach. This is, the support that this particular student needs, and then you've got that certainty not a week or two before your HSE exams, that to me seems very sensible. So we've got Nessa coming later today, so we'll put that on the
We have that system with the New South Wales driver's
Oh,
licence.
no, we don't. Well, we'll find a way to make sure they know about it. Anyway.
We have the system with the New South Wales driver's licence that flags that you wear glasses and just confirms your vision. They don't actually reassess whether these systems do exist and can be repeated.
And sorry, if I can just add to that, my school was preparing for my HSC. I was really fortunate that I went to quite a good school in terms of accommodations, and they had quite a lot of experience with disability. So my school was preparing for my HSC for my first exam in Year 7. So just to paint the picture, they were documenting from over 6 years exactly what accommodations I had, exactly how much time every exam took me. So there was so much data to prove that this is the accommodations I needed, and the school was completely in favour of that. But in addition to that, I then had to go and get professional reports, and I believe that if you've got that data already, you shouldn't have to re-justify yourself.
Can I ask, on the back of that, Ms. Gibbs, the impact on you for having to basically reprove your disability every time you need an adjustment? Can you give us an...
I mean, it's soul destroying, basically. I think particularly growing up with a disability, I think you're already kind of learning to accept your differences and learning to accept that that you're different from your peers and try to fit in. And then I feel like these reports are further highlighting those differences. And I've constantly had allied health professionals say, this is not what we think of you as a person, but we have to paint it in this way so that you get the support that you need. And I just don't think it needs to be that way.
Can I just add to that?
Please.
When you've met one person with disability, you've met one person with disability. I know that's kind of can be a bit of a throwaway line, but the NDIS was built on the premise that everybody's an individual. Unfortunately, one of the very first premises and one of the bipartisan agreements of setting up the NDIS was that there was going to be a nationwide harmonisation of systems. And this is where we seem to have forgotten that the process, for example, that's just been mentioned too, proving that you're eligible for the NDIS is an onerous process. Minister Shorten has already given an undertaking that he's going to change the arrangements around having to continually reprove that you are eligible for the NDIS. And I think there's an opportunity here to be working across governments, across all states and territories, to be able to look at ways of being able to reduce that administrative burden, particularly on families and individuals that actually have the disability. I think we've got a great opportunity in the introduction of the Navigator system that will come into being over coming years, that will assist people to be able to navigate the systems, and that will include education. And we're going to need a lot of people that are very specialised in understanding how that system works and how to navigate individuals and families through it.
Can I ask, one of the things that often gets overlooked in these discussions is the impact on people without a disability when there is a person, or preferably people with disability, in the same classroom, and the benefits that has in terms of ending discrimination against people with disability. Do you have something to say on that?
Sure. My best friend had cerebral palsy when I was 4 years old, and I work in this field because of her. She was the first person to offer to be my friend, and I extend that to other Australians. And it's deeply a part of what we do. And so I think there is profound benefits that we lose when we don't afford these opportunities.
I would just add to that, I certainly agree. We operate 2 inclusive preschools, and just before my time coming on with the organisation, those were integrated rooms, so we had almost like a special room within, a bigger preschool. We've now fully included those students in the mainstream classroom, if you will. And that's with the support of allied health professionals, and that model has evolved. What has been so beautiful to see is the friendships between the students and the confidence between the students in supporting one another with their needs and understanding each other's needs. I am such a firm believer in inclusion today is the foundation of an inclusive society tomorrow. So if we want an inclusive society of the future, we have to build that now in schools. It starts with children and their experiences now. And we know it can have, as you said, profound benefits for everyone involved. And when it's working well, the educators are learning, they're developing their skills and capacity. We have new educators come on with our center so nervous about 25% inclusion and how they will be able to support those children. And they come back to me a year later and say, oh my goodness, I get to work alongside this whole team around the child. I'm learning from so many different disciplines that I wouldn't have that opportunity to do so. And my confidence now to support children with additional needs has increased. We have families coming back and saying, the benefits that flow on to the home environment. We're doing capacity building that is supporting them outside of the classroom. And that's really important for children, that they have that support in all aspects of their lives. And then obviously for the students, both the student with additional needs and those peers.
Could I ask Ms. Shedlick, I guess the impact as well on siblings when they have their sibling included versus not included or not fully included?
Look, it's a really mixed bag, and when we're talking about how schools should be set up, our families have very differing views. Some of them are very much wanting their children to all go to the same school and have the same experience, and some of them are choosing to send their children to alternative options schooling or homeschooling or what have you. And it's a twofold issue for them. There is the concern that mainstream schools aren't necessarily equipped for dealing with their child who's got the disability, but there's also the concern in some cases for the sibling child, as I referred to in my opening statement, that teachers aren't equipped for dealing with with the child with the disability in the classroom, and it's disrupting the education of the sibling child. We've had instances where families have come to us and said, I really wanted my kids to go to the same school for a whole host of reasons. We wanted them to be doing sort of recesses and lunches together, and we wanted them to be able to look out for each other, and we wanted to do one school drop-off. But we've actually now moved the children into different schools because the sibling child was being so disrupted. They were being called out of class so often to come and help with the behaviours or modifications or what have you for their brother or sister, that it just was having such negative impacts that we couldn't keep doing it. And a lot of those sibling children are really quite distressed when they are being pulled out from the classroom. I had a mum in my office not that long ago crying, talking about how her daughter was, her son and daughter were at the same school. Her daughter was moving into a high school environment, and her daughter was really, really distressed because she was saying the teachers don't know how to look after him, and once I'm gone, what happens with him? So from a sibling perspective, there are those concerns. Families would love to have all of the same opportunities for all of their children, but they recognise the systems just aren't there at the moment.
That's quite concerning, that reliance on siblings as carer.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask you I know we're nearly out of time, but I just wanted to ask one more for Cerebral Palsy Alliance, just in terms of the recommendation around a statewide initiative for pathways for employment. Again, as a committee, we're kind of looking at the whole gamut of education. In an ideal world, what would that look like? You know, if you were in charge, Sophie, what would we be implementing here in New South Wales to make it better?
Yeah, wow, that's such a big question. I think first of all, I can only speak from my experience, but I think first of all, extensive consultations would need to be done with people with disabilities, because I think whilst I can sit here and make a recommendation, I think I can only talk from my perspective. I don't have, several other disabilities that may come into the picture. But certainly, I would be looking at internships and paid work experience for people with disabilities. If I'm talking from my own personal experience, I remember so hard how it was so hard to get my first paid job and to get my foot in the door. I had so many people come up to me and go, we can offer you volunteer experience and, unpaid work experience. And whilst I think there is a place for that, I think that we do need to recognise the contribution of people with disabilities, and we should be paying them accordingly. So I think paid internships, but also better support within the NDIS outside of the 2 years post-school, so outside school leavers employment support. There should be ongoing support, which I believe there is some level of support, but I don't think it's sufficient, and I think it's quite hard to get that level of funding.
Thank you.
Any last questions from no? Thank you so much. That was a really great discussion, and it's been very useful with some very clear indicators for what we might do to help. Thank you so much. To the extent there are follow-up questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes this session. We will take a short break and come back at 11:15.
in, but camera and phone.
Can I just check that Mr. Griffiths can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, welcome. The other person we had scheduled for on this panel has unfortunately had to pull out. So, it is all yours, this session, Mr. Griffiths. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yeah, Damien Griffiths, CEO of First People's Disability Network. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous, thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Sure. I must apologise. I've got some direct sunlight on my face.
Yes.
You're
glowing.
It's not working, so
Yes.
it's a bit bright. But I'd just like to confine my opening remarks just to two elements. Firstly, a brief reflection on some of the barriers that Aboriginal children with disability face in the education system across New South Wales, and then briefly offer some solutions. So in terms of the barriers that Aboriginal students with disability face in the education system, they range from lack of access to support teachers, so teachers' aides or support learning, school learning support officers. In some situations, there's still the low expectation of Aboriginal students with disability is an experience that we still encounter. The question of whether the school embraces a philosophy of inclusive education remains a significant one in our view. Is the school culturally safe for Aboriginal students with disability and their families is another key question. And just a genuine lack, a general lack of appropriate resourcing to meet the needs of Aboriginal students with disability across the board. But I'm sure you've heard a lot about the barriers throughout the hearings, and you'll hear more about that. We're anxious to make some suggestions around some positive actions to address the often very serious discrimination that Aboriginal students with disability in education face. So one of the barriers and one of the issues that we think can have immediate attention, and something we hear a lot from teachers. So we have several teachers that work within former teachers that work within my organisation as well. And they often talk about a lack of education for teachers about disability. It's often ad hoc or it's not significant enough, particularly around particular disability types. That's a common complaint of teachers. So better training for teachers, including support learning, school learner support officers. So having a broader depth of disability training that covers the broad spectrum of disability. Another issue that we think requires immediate attention, and we do believe there's a solution for this potentially. There's an ongoing problem with diagnosis. And this is really problematic for low-income families, and particularly our families and individuals that live in regional remote parts of the state. So getting two diagnoses from professionals is virtually impossible and very cost prohibitive. So there's obviously a role for the NDIS here, and there needs to be some recognition as well that there's going to need to be some sort of subsidy to be able to enable families to do that. Smaller class sizes is a common request of teachers. I recognise all the challenges that exist within the education system, but that is a reality as well. We often talk about the need for a whole of community response to disability. And what I mean by that is too much falls on teachers. So teachers have to have potential sort of expertise on perhaps diabetes management, to how to use a hearing loop in the classroom, to understanding how to provide behaviour-related supports for some students with disability. That's an extraordinary amount of things to fall upon a teacher, particularly if they don't have access to an SLSO. And those skills require a long history of training and understanding how to do that effectively. And the other thing that teachers often tell us is that they want to utilise external expertise more often. So we've had that experience at the First People's Disability Network now for many years, where we're often called upon to provide informal training. It's quite common for us actually to do sort of guest talks, if you like, with teachers, often at the start of the teaching year or during in-service days, where we are asked to come along to a school and talk a bit about the issues that impact on Aboriginal children with disability. And they're often very well received, very well evaluated, but it's very ad hoc and very informal. And we often find teachers are craving that experience from external agencies like ours. So, but I might leave it at that for the moment, and happy to proceed as you want to.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the first question and then hand over. Are there any, I guess, states and territories that are doing this better than New South Wales? Are there any lessons we can learn from other jurisdictions?
In very general terms, Chair, I would say Victoria certainly has a commitment and progress on justice for Aboriginal people that is further down the track, to be honest. So things like the Europe Commission and stuff do focus heavily on education, and there's an opportunity to sort of frame suggestions in that way. I don't think we really have that system well established yet in New South Wales, but welcome the progress on terms of treaty appointments and treaty commissioners. And I think those things are very important in a bigger picture context, so that there's actually an avenue to raise some of these really critical systemic changes that need to happen. I think what happens generally, though, it's isolated. So there's no doubt there are some schools in New South Wales that are doing extraordinary things. They're engaging very effectively with the local Aboriginal community, local elders, and naturally getting great results. And there are also schools within the education system across the state that are doing the same when it comes to disability. So, but it's learning from those and making those experiences universal across the state, I think, still remains the major challenge. So learning from those schools where there's been great outcomes for Aboriginal students with disability, that's really critical.
Sorry, you go.
Can I just ask you, you mentioned in your opening statement about the issue around diagnoses, and I wanted to pose to you, diagnosis is a gateway to rationing limited resources, and that perhaps we need to look at an alternative to diagnosis. I know that the department in their submission talk about functional assessment rather than reliance on diagnosis. I wonder whether you might offer some comment on that.
Thank you for that comment, and we would welcome that approach, absolutely. So when I say diagnosis, I really mean a functional assessment, actually, if I can put it that way. Diagnosis brings with it risks. The really important thing to understand from an Aboriginal perspective, and we would say we're thought leaders on inclusion in many ways, is we don't frame disability in a label sense. We don't tend to take a medical approach to disability. It's more come as you are, which we think is positive, and as it should be, and very functional. So we tend to talk about disability as, yeah, brother doesn't move too well, uncle's a bit slower than everyone else, the young fella there doesn't hear too well, whatever it might be. Said in a way that's not negative, it's about how do we ensure that we all know what's needed for this young person to participate in community life. So I'll substitute the word happily diagnosis for functional assessment, absolutely. And that also means that you observe a young person in the school setting as well is a much more appropriate way of understanding a child's disability-related needs in an educational setting than some sort of assessment that doesn't necessarily require or is done in a different context. So we also don't have a comparable word for disability in traditional language. That's well established now, that's been well researched. So that's actually a wonderful thing. So that means we don't tend to label people. And as you know, and as I think you might be suggesting through your question, disability is heavily label-laden. So, these days, what is it? ADHD, autism, acquired brain injury, intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, you name it. That is not the way we describe disability in our communities. It's more, young fella can't move around too well. And that is about functional, the way a person moves functionally through their community. So we would actually say we've got a lot to offer the rest of the disability rights movement, and often when we share that worldview, on disability. It's what everyone wants, ultimately. So diagnosis, I think equally though, on occasions, families would benefit from understanding a disability better. That's probably, so, you know, it's not uncommon and it's a natural reaction on the part of parents to, you know, they might have a child with severe cerebral palsy, for instance, and we've encountered these situations for many years where the family would hope the young person would walk again. But that's that's not a reality. And sometimes the reality of the diagnosis hasn't been properly explained to the family either. So they might get, say, a brochure, and that's not enough either. So there still needs to be a dimension that also relates to better understanding disability, if that makes sense.
That's a fabulous answer. And it does put me in mind of, you know, I've witnessed my children interacting with each other, and they refer to each other as, oh, you know, she doesn't like that sensory stuff, or she doesn't like bright lights, or she doesn't, and they just work around each other and accommodate. Can I pass over?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Griffiths, for appearing. I wanted to ask, and thank you for your comments in relation to culturally safe schools and that process. I'm interested also in the early childhood component and supports for First Nations people with disabilities, and again having that culturally safe provision of early childhood and care. Are there any insights you could offer in terms of how that's working well, or potential improvements that we could make even in those years before children start school?
Yeah, thanks for that question. A couple of observations I'd make there straight off is we need our young people with disability to get fair and equitable access to the NDIS, and particularly the early intervention aspects of the NDIS. As you would know well, early intervention is a very significant focus of the scheme, and we're not seeing our young people get access to that in a fair and equitable way, and that includes in New South Wales. So we need to see that change, there's no doubt about it, because as you know, if the earlier the support a young Aboriginal person with disability, or any young person with disability can get, the different trajectory they're on. So again, we would also recognise there are a number of schools across the state that are very engaged with the local Aboriginal community and very committed to that and getting great results. So, but we need that to become a uniform experience, and I think that still remains the challenge. And it also, the other reality that a lot of young Aboriginal children with disability face across the state is we're kind of still in this, it's the term that's used a lot these days, and there's perhaps not a better one yet, but hopefully there will be, the intersectional discrimination that Aboriginal children with disability face. So we often get parents saying things to us like, which box should I tick? The disability box or the Aboriginal box?
Yep.
And of course, the reality is here that people have both identities, of course, and identify with both communities equally. So it's not uncommon for Aboriginal people with disability to very strongly identify with their disability as well as their cultural heritage as well. So we've still got a challenge there in the education system, perhaps maybe unintentionally, or sort of preferring people to take on one identity, but we're talking about a dual identity as well. So, but fair access to the NDIS, I think, still remains a major barrier, particularly in regional remote New South Wales, where, as you may well know, it's not really working well, to be honest. It needs to do better. And the role of the NDIS in providing early intervention support, I think, needs to improve to enable better access for all students with disability in education.
And just following on from that, we've heard some evidence yesterday, and we're talking about some of the challenges in terms of getting a diagnosis as well. And, you know, as someone who lives in a regional community, I know often access to those sort of health professionals can be really challenging, and long wait lists, and I'm sure that that's something that is also experienced by First Nations people as well, and extra barriers to access healthcare, again, that is culturally safe and appropriate. One of the other witnesses yesterday gave a recommendation that we could maybe consider looking at school counsellors to help give a diagnosis of things like ADHD or an autism, noting that they've got a psychology degree and that sort of specialist approach. Is that something that you think might be useful in terms of getting a diagnosis, getting the right supports in place, particularly for more remote and rural communities?
I mean, it sounds like a practical idea to me. I mean, if there perhaps wouldn't be a viable alternative anyway, I imagine, like you say, as you, again, would know, a lot of our families out in Western New South Wales have to come down to Westmead, for example, for assessments and stuff. And that's not only cost prohibitive, but, well, yeah, it's cost prohibitive. And people don't do it as a result. So, now, I think that would have merit. I think the thing that would be great for those psychologists is just a little bit more training around understanding the Aboriginal context and a little bit more around maybe being trauma-informed from an Aboriginal context, but I can't see why that couldn't work. So I guess what we see our role at the First Peoples Disability Network is we can value add. We can just give that little bit extra of knowledge. And in my experience, engaging with teachers and schools around the state, they really want that. And I think that's a role my organisation plays informally, but we'd love to see that become a more entrenched part of the learning environment, I guess, of teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask about suspensions and things. We've had yesterday and then again today finding that in some cases young people are being suspended from classrooms as a behavioural, I suppose what's the best word? Management approach. I'm interested to find out from you, have you had any or similar feedback from people that you've spoken to that you're finding this is occurring as well, or?
Yeah, definitely. And anecdotally, we hear about it a lot. I think the observation we would make is, again, this is probably best supported by the resourcing issue. So if we could potentially be in an environment where, you know, and I realise this is a massive undertaking for the system, and given the current teacher shortage, this is an ambitious aim, but I think we have to get there personally, of a school learning support officer in every classroom. I think that would address that very, very significantly. So the teachers we speak to, including colleagues, often talk about, and you would have heard these stories many times, but the demands of trying to work in a classroom of 30 or more students when a couple of students may require particular supports and they're not able to give that in the way that they would like to, then consequences happen. And that's not a failing of the child, obviously, it's a failing of the lack of resources available in the classroom, we would say.
Can I ask, one of the recommendations from the Royal Commission was to have First Nations expertise within inclusive education units. In terms of workforce, you know, making sure that we have enough First Nations people who have the you know, the appropriate training or whatever to then provide that service. How are we going, and what do we need to do to sort of make sure that we could implement that?
Absolutely agree with that recommendation, obviously. The challenge is there's a bit of an elephant in the room issue here, is we don't currently have that workforce. So it will need significant investment to create it. We don't have a long corporate history of disability service provision in our communities. If we're talking Aboriginal health today, different story, dime a dozen. There's plenty of Aboriginal health workers and health professionals and academics, our own Aboriginal academics working in that space. But disability is a very different story. So we do need to, we talk about a three-pillared approach to, in a big picture sense, address the unmet needs of our people with disability. One of them is giving voice to mob with disability, you know, speak for themselves. Number two is creating an Aboriginal workforce or a First Nations workforce. Number three is an Aboriginal owned and operated disability service system. Pillars 2 and 3 are absolutely starting from a baseline in many ways. It wouldn't be Having said that, though, there's been attempts over the years through partnerships, say, with National Disability Services, where they created scholarships for Aboriginal people to move into the disability sector. We need to revisit those things. Having said that, though, there are some really interesting initiatives, I think, at a Commonwealth level of the integrated care model, which I think has got some merit, and I think it has absolute application in regional remote New South Wales as well, in our communities, where you can have one or two people in community who work across different sectors, so aged care, disability, health. That to us is quite a logical approach, and one that is culturally appropriate as well, actually, in many ways. So we think models like that are really worth exploring, and we would love to see the New South Wales government to trial versions of that in West New South Wales would be a good example.
What percentage of total teachers in New South Wales are First Nations? Trying to get an idea of just how big this task is of creating this specialist. No.
I have to take that on notice. I don't know. I could certainly find out, but I don't know, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess, to be honest.
That's
but,
okay. We can find that out. I was just curious. Mr. D'Adam, do you have any? No. Any questions?
Yeah, well, I just want to go back quickly to the issue around suspensions. And again, it's something that the committee is sort of looking at in terms of, I guess, the overrepresentation that we see both of students with disability but also of Aboriginal students, and to use your terminology, that intersection of there would be students who are in both categories that are finding themselves suspended on multiple occasions. I guess, and it's a very broad question which doesn't probably have an easy answer, but from your perspective, what are some of the ways that we could put better supports in place in schools? You mentioned obviously having a learning support officer in every classroom, but to really try, I guess, to break that cycle of that overrepresentation in those statistics for young people, both with disability and, Aboriginal students as well. Any insights into that space that would be useful?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously outside of the SO access in every classroom, I think it's learning from those schools where things are going really well. Mm-hmm. So it's those schools where elders are very engaged and families are very engaged. That makes all the difference in an educational journey for an Aboriginal student and an Aboriginal student with disability as well. Mm-hmm. All the evidence, I think, shows that, and there's no doubt. I mean, I don't want to give the impression good things aren't happening. There are no doubt there are schools across the state that are getting fantastic outcomes for Aboriginal students with disability, and it's often that's why, because the Aboriginal elders, the Aboriginal community feel part of the school environment, they're welcomed into it, they have a leadership role actually within that structure. And I think more and more investment in that, or just creating that environment, makes the change, definitely. And the hard conversations can be had as well, I think, in that situation where there might need to be some discussions with elders that they're well informed about and can share some information that's perhaps not well known necessarily. There could be a whole lot of other knowledge that they bring that makes the change. There's plenty of schools that are doing that really well. The AECG is obviously a really important resource, and the skill and the wisdom they bring into schools as well is really vital. So I think it's not so much about, as we all know, disability is deficit conversation all the time, and whereas there are some positive things happening, and I think learning from them and going, right, how can we replicate that somewhere else, with some local nuance would be the way I would go. Yeah.
I think too, I mean, we heard earlier today from some witnesses who were speaking about sometimes when, a behaviour might kind of manifest itself in the classroom, it's because there is something going on outside of school that is impacting that. And one of the witnesses also spoke about that perhaps the student is actually experiencing frustration with the learning or the curriculum, but it's very easy to say, oh, well, that's a response because of their disability, and not actually unpacking what's going on in terms of that learning process. You're nodding, so I'm assuming you would agree that having that kind of deeper understanding of the student as an individual and that support from elders and community, again, I know some schools do it well, but I think that there's space to improve and see some better outcomes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Context, you know,
Yeah.
a young person may be, you know, maybe coming from an environment which is not real flash at home and, you know, may not get a lot of sleep at night or whatever it might be, and these sort of contexts inform everything. So, and that trauma-informed response as well, I think where you see really good outcomes for Aboriginal students with disabilities, when elders are able to share that knowledge and share that experience, and then you're on a different trajectory. It's like, oh, okay, this system seems to understand and respect me on one level, and we'll go on this journey together, sort of thing.
Just thinking about that, as you say, lack of a better word, that intersectionality between the discrimination faced as a First Nations person and the discrimination faced as a person with disability. In New South Wales, we have an exemption from the Anti-Discrimination Act when it comes to kids with disability in schools. How does that play out when we're talking about, particularly when a school says no to a child who is First Nations and has a disability? Are you finding extra sort of levels of discrimination there?
Definitely, and very problematic when you're in regional remote New South Wales. I mean, if you, even in a practical sense, if there's only 1 or 2 schools in your town and they don't accommodate your child's disability, well, in other jurisdictions, we're certainly aware of Aboriginal students with disability don't go to school because there's simply not the resources available at the local school to accommodate their disability. That's not uncommon in regional remote Australia. I don't know if that's happening in New South Wales. I would guess that it is, but I don't know that there's ever been detailed research into that of say, you know, if you live in a community where there's a single school, and if that school is already under-resourced or doesn't have a way of accommodating your child with disability, the child doesn't go to school, or may go to school for a very minimal amount of time, may only be able to go for 2-3 hours a day. We've definitely seen situations like that out in Western New South Wales over the years. And the other thing that we find, we've always, the role of education, I mean, such an obvious thing to say, is so critical and sort of so fundamental to the life trajectory of our young people with disability. So we've coined this phrase, and it's come out in our research over many years, particularly by Dr. Scott Avery, who's a Warramai man who is probably the only academic Aboriginal man with disability who's an academic. But we talked about this syndrome called sort of bad black kid syndrome, where you might have an Aboriginal child who may, you know, be frustrated in the classroom, may act out, or equally may be very, very quiet and reserved and perhaps hardly even noticed. And then it turns out that child may have a hearing impairment, vision impairment, perhaps a health-related issue, who knows. But the problem is that they end up, the risk of the suspension trajectory, and we see this all too often, is then that young person is not at school. They might start hanging around the local shops. Coppers might say, time to move on. They're on this trajectory, and quite a rapid one, into juvenile detention. We can trace this quite clearly, this life trajectory. So all of that, where the opportunity was missed to make a really positive change early on. So the question about early intervention, you know, that's so fundamental here. And we see this life trajectory, and Dr. Scott Avery has data on this, that can trace the poor experience at school, particularly from an early age, lack of support, lack of access to, say, the NDIS today would be the scenario. But then moving into juvenile detention, adult prison, that's quite easy. It's quite, I shouldn't say easy, but it's not hard to plot that journey. And that's a common experience. And we would sometimes reflect on, is that also a version of low expectations as well? You know, that's something we worry about as well sometimes. That, well, yeah, Aboriginal kid mucking up. Do we really invest that much in that child? I mean, that is sometimes a question you're left with.
Do you have any examples? I'm trying not to fish for something negative, but I just would strongly suspect that this occurs. Examples of where a kid in New South Wales has been basically excluded from school or expelled or suspended or treated poorly in circumstances where it's clear that it's sort of racism, I guess, but is then being claimed as no, it's because your child has a disability and I'm allowed to discriminate under New South Wales legislation. Have there been any sort of cases of that?
Yes, there has been, even amongst colleagues of my organisation. So I would have to report that has happened, yes. How many times it happens, I don't know. I don't know that it'd be easy to prove that. It's not an easy thing to prove. But yes, I have colleagues who have students who are Aboriginal colleagues who have young people with disability, and they've had a very negative experience around their Aboriginality. Yes, they have. Yes.
Sorry.
No. Oh, it's sort of new topic, if that's all right, Chair.
Sorry, can I just
you
one
keep
last
going.
one on that
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
I guess, at the moment we're hearing a lot about youth crime and kids out of control, etc. Not my words. But we know that children with a disability are disproportionately represented in prisons, and so are children with First Nations background. As you say, we know about that pathway. I guess it's a bit of a leading question, but I guess coming in well after the event, to deal with teenagers by just locking them up is probably not the long-term solution society's going for. What would you recommend that we do instead?
Again, the early intervention. So two things I'd recommend, Chair. Fair and equal access to the NDIS. Well, that means we need to actually come up with a very clear strategy to enable that to happen. The pathways to access the NDIS for mob with disability are still not great at all. And there are Aboriginal people with disability and families getting benefit out of the NDIS. I don't deny that, but not in the numbers that they should be. But also that's usually because there's a family member who knows how to get into the system, really. So there needs to be greater investment in education. Disability advocates is the second recommendation I would make. So someone that can go along with the family on the journey. We have received funds just in the last 12 months to employ an Aboriginal education disability advocate, long title. It's fantastic we have, but overwhelmed already in the workload. So we've only one person doing that across New South Wales. Not sustainable, but positive in the sense that the recognition of the role, that's really great. And they simply just go along with families to help them through a complex system. It's a complex system, and it can be an intimidating one, of course, as well, school environments. So fair and equal access to the NDIS, investment in education, disability advocacy. There's a better way to describe it, but yeah, that's really critical. That's identified, First Nations identified. Definitely really critical. But also go back to the training again as well, that teachers, again, colleagues, friends that are teachers talk often about how hard it is and how keen they are to support students with disability, but it's really hard to do without a dedicated support person in the classroom. So I think those things are the recommendations we would be anxious to make. And my organisation plays an informal role doing this sort of thing, but we'd love it to be formal, where it becomes a dedicated, area of focus for the education department.
Well, that actually kind of ties into what I was going to ask about, which is we've had other witnesses speak about, I guess, the process for families and parents when maybe they're not getting the support that they want through the school or not getting the right adjustments. those who've dealt with discipline issues as well. And some witnesses have said having either independent advocates or sort of an independent process within the department, because the way it's structured now is quite circular in that the complaint then often falls back to the local director or principal, and so sometimes families feel it hard to maybe speak up because they're concerned about that process. So you've kind of just answered it in what Abigail asked, but the idea of having, some sort of independent process, a better pathway for those advocates who are supporting families, particularly those children with disability and Aboriginal children with disability specifically, would potentially improve that for families and for the students themselves. But yeah, any other comments? Yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah, totally agree. And as you would know, in regional remote parts of the state, I guess if there's only one or two schools, it's harder to speak up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, no, I think that independent function of education, disability advocacy is really critical.
Yeah.
And there has, the investment has started. There's been some recognition there, but I think there needs to be more of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any final questions? No, that's been a really incredibly useful session. Thank you so much for coming and giving us the benefit of your expertise. To the extent there are questions, supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But otherwise, that concludes this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you. So I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. What I'm going to do is ask you for your name and, if relevant, your position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. And I'll start with you, Ms. Armfield.
I'm Ellen. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to state your first and last name together?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Ellen Armfield.
Thank you very much.
Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia Vujanic, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous, thank you. I will invite each of you to make a short opening statement if you would like, and feel free to move these microphones around because they can be a bit annoying.
So I'll start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also just to thank the committee for the opportunity to bring young people. You hopefully won't be hearing too much from me today. The purpose of having young people either side of me is that they can share with you their own lived experience. So thank you for creating that facility. And also to my colleagues to the right, it's wonderful to have you here and to ensure that this is accessible for many people. So I'll let Ellen start with her opening statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation whose lands we're meeting on today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and I extend those respects to any Indigenous people in the room today. So my name is Ellen. I'm 19 years old and I live on Sydney's Northern Beaches. I'm here today representing ACYP as a member of the New South Wales Youth Advisory Council, and I'm also speaking on my own experience as a young person with a disability and as a carer for another young person with a disability. So when I was 17, I was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, and while I have been autistic for my entire life, I only completed 1 year, my final year of school, with a diagnosis and received recognition and accommodations in my final year. However, I do know that I would have deeply benefited from further accommodations and understanding of my different needs if they had been available throughout school. I also want to acknowledge that my high school experience was quite jarred, and I did spend prolonged amount of times away from school due to poor physical and mental health. For the past year and a half, I have also been working as a carer to a 19-year-old girl living with Rett syndrome. She is in her first year out of school, but spent most of her schooling at an SSP. I have been given permission from her family to also discuss her education experience. My client and her parents found that her schooling experience was a series of missed opportunities, as many teachers and the system as a whole had low expectations of her, that despite her eagerness and ability to learn, she was constantly aged down because she is nonverbal. While my client and her parents recognise a couple of great teachers along the way, overall they felt as though her education was not valued, and she as an individual and her disability was not understood. Her parents also found that the influx of students with extreme behavioural challenges reduced her safety and learning experiences and opportunities. Over the years she was at school, the school became fortified to manage a minority of students who posed serious risk to the majority of students. This was something beyond the control of the school and a reflection of the educational policy that negatively impacted her schooling experience in every way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Sonia Vujanic and I'm 20 years old. I'm a member of the New South Wales Youth Advisory Council, and I have experience working with the New South Wales education system as a volunteer tutor for youth in care. I'm also a New South Wales Programs Officer for Teach, Learn, Grow, a non-for-profit organisation that sends university students to teach in underprivileged rural schools. Growing up, I always knew that my brother was considered different. He is non-verbal and has the most severe level of autism. Because of this, he attended a special needs school. This was an extremely challenging experience. The school was not equipped to handle his behavioural issues. Often my parents were called to pick him up from school after only an hour of being there. Other times, he was locked in a room by himself when experiencing a meltdown. A common method of dealing with him was suspensions from school. With every suspension letter he was handed, there was no real acknowledgement that this was a child with an intellectual disability. It was as if he had control over his anxiety attacks and chose to misbehave intentionally. It was as if children with severe disabilities were burdens for schools to deal with. In these 2 to 3 week periods, the sense of routine that provided my brother with a sense of comfort and stability was completely overturned. Socialization would stop and the school support network would disappear. We would ask ourselves, who do these suspensions really benefit? It felt like a punishment, both for my disabled brother and for carers left feeling alone and unsupported. There needs to be an effort to get to know special needs children as people, to learn what provokes these anxiety attacks, how long they last, what the early red flags are, and more. Additionally, measures like these leave severely disabled young people at an increased risk of abuse, alienation, and neglect when they are kept away from school. So what is the purpose of our education system? It's to empower young people, nurture passions, and help them find a sense of purpose. My brother may not be able to speak, but he has always been a fantastic problem solver, a quick learner, and loved hands-on activities. However, our education system could do more to embrace these talents. It didn't feel like there was an effort to develop his speech and writing to help him express himself, and it was often left to separate specialists. Educational settings provided a one-size-fits-all approach to his schooling, which limited his potential to develop, learn, and grow. A tailored individual approach early interventions for behavioural issues, and personalised goals can make a significant difference, rather than treating special needs children in classes as a homogeneous group. All young people with disabilities are so unique and special in their own way, and they all deserve to grow in an environment that provides them with love, with strength, with resilience, and with care. It is our responsibility to ensure that we encourage their talents, embrace their individuality, and always speak up for those who can't do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask a first question and then I'll hand over. Question for you, Ellen. You said that you got a diagnosis in year 12, which then allowed you to have adjustments. I guess what was the reason why you didn't get an earlier diagnosis, and also what were the adjustments you then got?
So I think I think I have quite a similar story to a lot of autistic girls, is that we're often missed because we're quite good at masking. But I also have a unique experience as well, that as I mentioned in my opening statement, I did struggle a lot with health complications, and so there wasn't a lot of time to be spent looking into neurodiversity. It was at the end, it was coming to the end of those complications where we did have time to look into it, and it got picked up on, and I'm very grateful for my diagnosis, and I'm very proud to be autistic as well. And in year 12, that looked like teachers' understanding, which was just helpful on its own, that know that different things I said or different things I did had context around it. But then I also was permitted to wear things like earbuds in classroom if there was like overwhelming, and then also like special considerations at assessment times for like quieter rooms and things like that.
And what did it mean for you individually, like I guess in terms of your own understanding of yourself to get a diagnosis?
Oh, so much. Like it changed a lot of things for me in terms of understanding. Yeah, it put into context so many things of my life that had always felt really bizarre to me, and I didn't understand why. I often complained about the fact that I wasn't normal, and I didn't understand why. There were so many different things that I struggled with that seemed so easy, other people could just very easily do, and I took really long time to wrap my head around like things like change or sensory issues or different things like that, and understanding that it's not something wrong with me, and there's actually a whole group of people who are very similar to me as well. It made the world of difference.
Thank you.
Sarah. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here and for your, particularly Ellen and Sonia, for sharing your personal. So I know it's kind of a formal setting, so you're doing very well, and I promise we're just sort of having a bit of a chat. But I wanted to ask about, Sonia, you talked about the experience of your brother, and thank you for sharing his story and being, I'm sure, such a strong supporter and advocate for him over many years. And I thought it was really great when you talked about recognising students as individuals and having those learning plans and supports. I guess from your family's experience, what would be maybe one or two things that come to mind that would have made the experience at school better for your brother? I know it's a big question, but is there anything that you think might have been like a simple change or adjustment that would have made his schooling experience a little better than what it was?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's something that can very simply be done, because I understand there's lots of, I guess, resource constraints, but I think more one-on-one support would have helped, because he's in a class with a lot of different students with a very diverse range of disabilities, and in his case, he can very easily be triggered by things, and that can, I guess, provoke certain meltdowns of his. So maybe, I guess, kind of having that one-on-one support and like tailored teaching styles to him, that would really help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You also mentioned, unfortunately, that he'd been suspended, and I want to just talk more broadly, I guess, about the suspension, and I might, Ms. Robinson, ask you to comment on that too. But I guess that process for your brother, as much as you're comfortable as sharing, or whoever would like to, I think you said that there wasn't really a recognition of your brother's disability in terms of, potentially the behaviour that led to suspension. How was that handled? And again, could there have been better systems in place to support him? Again, as much as you're comfortable to share. Yeah.
So usually when there were suspensions, so it would be a few weeks, he would just stay at home, and it would really kind of disrupt the routines he was used to. The school did have good connections with different psychologists and specialists, but it would often be the same thing just repeated. So he would be at school, he might damage furniture, he might be really loud, then he'd go home, they'd have a meeting with my parents, and then after a few weeks the same thing would just repeat. So that's what it was like.
Yeah. And perhaps to you, Ms Robinson, and again, we've talked about this already, we had some witnesses this morning who gave evidence around concerns, I guess particularly around the latest iteration of the suspension policy, looking at suspension as a behaviour management tool, and evidence this morning along the lines of that's concerning. Mr Griffiths, who we just had earlier, spoke about particularly for Aboriginal students with disability, and again that over-representation. I guess in your expertise and with the young people that you work with, what are some of the better policy settings or improvements that could be in place in terms of suspensions and how they're managed in schools?
Thank you, and it would not be a surprise to this committee that we've had various views on the behaviour policy, and obviously our concerns are with the overrepresentation of children and young people with disability and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. And if we start from where our office starts from, which is the Convention on the Rights of the Child, access to education is one of those rights. And so we have seen some incredible schools, including one that is not far from our office in Redfern, that does an amazing job with young people who may be coming into school with undiagnosed disability, and so they have built a system around that. There are 24 students in that school, and there are support workers that reflect what the students need, and that includes, we heard speech, health, support, psychology, all of that is in the school. So there are really great ways that this can be done. I acknowledge what Sonia has said in terms of resources. Our hope is that if you build the system around what a young person needs, whatever that, and I think you spoke, the language that both of these young people have used to describe themselves and other young people is the kind of language that we should be using, the appreciation, the recognition. If we start in that access to education is a right, and then we provide you the things that you need to ensure that your experience at school is as full as it should be. I think that's really important. But we do see that obviously there is tools that can be used to maintain classrooms and what perhaps classrooms are seeing as their needs. But our concern will always be the overrepresentation of children with disability in that suspension data that we see.
Can I ask, maybe I'm just being dumb, but in what context does a suspension or an expulsion actually improve behaviour in the long term? Have you ever come across situations, whether it's a kid with a disability or without, where kids have gone, I just really needed that expulsion, and now I'm moving forward? It sounds a bit facetious, but in what circumstances should we be applying that policy?
Noting that, our work is obviously sitting with young people and hearing directly from them. I don't think I've ever sat with a young person, be it in out-of-home care, youth justice, in a school centre, who says, that was a great thing for me. I think certainly in the work that we've seen, certainly in our youth justice space, they talk a lot about being suspended from school and how that makes them feel and how difficult it is then to go back into school. And if you're not talking about the youth justice space, if you're talking about young people who have been excluded from the place where their friends are, that is incredibly difficult. So I'm certain that there are scholars and researchers who've already done all of that work that says that suspensions don't necessarily see a shift in behaviour. I think it is about, we know the great things that schools can do to provide opportunity for children and young people to thrive, and that they can get access to things that perhaps they wouldn't ordinarily get access to, and seeing them being hubs and places where young people and their families can come and get responses to things and learn and grow. I think it's really important. So we need to make those gates open for everyone.
So if we move away from the idea of, somehow expulsions and suspensions being a behaviour management tool, and look at it as more of a resources issue. Like the child is actually being excluded because of the onus on the teacher or on the other kids or whatever it is, that they can't manage that behaviour. I guess that then leads us towards looking at, I'm answering my own question.
So I can give you a really good example that actually highlights when it works very well. So we do a lot of work, as people know, in the Northern Rivers and with young people in the pod villages. And we have seen a number of young people in those pod villages who have been suspended. And so we have people on the ground who are working with those young people and those families. And there is one particular, and I'll do my best not to identify the things that I'm not meant to identify, but when the school was working with our team, we started to see those young people come back to the table and be willing to have a conversation. When the supports within that school had the opportunity to line up the things that they needed, and we could bring a parent to the table, and we were having a very good, positive, open conversation about what was needed, and also the reality, as an example, of returning to school for 1 hour a day and doing that in a separate classroom. I don't think, again, that feels like a great transition back to school, that you have to sit somewhere different. I think that there is really good examples of how, if you are giving the supports in those spaces, and young people can feel. So that those two young people have now said to the school and to others, we want to come back to school and we're excited about coming back to school. So, we've talked about a lot, and in our submission we talk a bit about the village. It does look like a variety of things for a variety of people. And as Sonia said in her opening, and Ellen, it's not one size fits all. But it can work really well when you're having those open conversations, when there is conversations about what good behaviour is and what not good behaviour is, and what we need to see and an expectation from a student, noting that there is capacity around that and we need to be aware about how that message is delivered and who is delivering that message. There are really great outcomes that can happen when we're having a wonderful conversation about what a young person needs, and also that they have the supports in the community to enable them to get to school, to enable them to do the things outside of school that they might need to do as well. So we do see that when you're having those kinds of conversations, when we're providing support around a young person that they need, where a school is supported to ensure that they can deliver the things that a young person needs, great outcomes for everyone, I would suggest.
Thank you very much, and also particularly to Sonia and also to Ellen for coming today. I've got a couple of questions for all three. I might start with Ellen just on when you were given your diagnosis, how engaged was the school in talking to you about that, and what your individual, I suppose, learning experience was at school? Were they accommodating to your needs, or were you not part of that process?
That's a really interesting question. I don't think the school was super engaged in that conversation with me. That was more led by myself and my mum. I will also say that I have also another unique situation in that my mum was a teacher at the school, so her colleagues were also my teachers, and so that meant that we had more communication with my teachers. But I do think the school did just follow the standard protocol for when they have autistic kids, and the sort of standard adjustments that are made. But there wasn't heaps of discussion of me individually and me personally.
How important do you think it is to have the young person with the experience involved in those decisions and helping to talk about what changes need to be made?
Yeah, super important, because every person with a disability is different, and every autistic person is different, just like every person is different. And no one knows their own mind and their own needs better than themselves. And actually asking the young person about it, is really important. And also to allow the young person to speak up for their own needs and advocate for themselves as well is also really important. Yeah.
Thank you. Sonia, I'm interested to know from your time at school, was any support given to you by your school, knowing that you were also caring for your brother?
There wasn't any support. I felt like I guess those special schools it was a whole different world to your regular schools. So yeah, it didn't feel like there was any support.
Were you aware of any support at your school that young people going through what you were going through could reach out, whether it was a counsellor or to others in the school?
Yeah, I mean, we had school counsellors, although even in, your regular schools, school counsellors also have a lot of work to do and a lot to get through. I think I probably wouldn't have been a priority for them. That's how I felt, at least, because it seems like I have managed it well. So yeah, I think it's a resource issue.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And then just one question to Zoe, or a couple. Looking at your submission, there are a couple of things that came through that I've got a bit of an interest in. One is around pathways to employment. Mm-hmm. And what was some of the feedback from the young people that you spoke to about what was available to them and what, more importantly, needs to be done to support them more?
So there was certainly varying responses to that. And I think we've heard today in terms of that, if you have great support and people around you, then things like job ready and skills, all that becomes perhaps something that people are working with you around. We saw that there was kind of an imbalance in that regard in terms of some people just feeling like that wasn't something that people were going to have conversation with them about, that it was going to be more focused on what you're doing at school and less about what happens beyond the school gates or when you're not in school anymore. And certainly they've talked about in other pieces of work and in this work as well, in terms of how they feel in terms of going into a workplace and it being accessible and it being somewhere where people might make adjustments in terms of what they might need, and that is also, again, not kind of an equal experience across the children and young people that we spoke to, certainly.
And the other one, and if either Ellen or Sonia wanted to contribute to this, and I'm also aware you may not want to, but I wanted to talk about bullying, because you did touch on that in the submission. Yes. And a lot of work has been done over many years, and it's concerning to see that we're still not getting it right. So the question is, what more needs to be done to support young people in schools, but also to reduce that and stop bullying occurring?
I mean, I know that the recent data that we have shared with members of this committee as well, that talks about that bullying continues to be an issue, and as we all know, the environment has changed because it is not just about what happens in the schoolyard, there is online. I mean, I'm not wanting to speak for the young people either side of me. I think, things like working around language and, that I know people spoke today about additional training, and the gentleman before us who spoke about trauma-informed and culturally appropriate. I mean, I think all of those things are incredibly important pieces that we need to invest in, not just in terms of this space in education, but broadly in terms of how we talk about each other and how we interact with each other. So I think when we're talking about, bullying, there is the part about the actual action and what you need to do in a response to that. And certainly in some of the work we've seen that we've done, there are things that people might respond to immediately, teachers or workers around young people, and there's things that people might not have the tools to respond to immediately. So what do we need to do in terms of a workforce if that is happening in front of you, and what you need to do to respond to that? But I think we also need to think about the space in which young people are existing in, which is different, and that is the online world. And, we've all seen what's happened in the last kind of little while about working with online providers about what that needs to look like. But that also comes with ensuring that children and young people have access to the supports that they need, be it mental health and wellness, tools in terms of understanding. We're doing a piece of work right now with the Education Department about online habits and understanding what that looks like. So resilience and continuing to work with young people around it, but providing the safe space where they feel like they can come forward and talk about their experience, and then how we can provide tools around that to support them. But I think, certainly from the work we've seen, it is an ever ongoing issue. So there's obviously work to do, not just about what children and young people need to learn in that space, but everyone who's in a community and talking about our language and how we engage with and how we interact with people.
Just on that, sorry, you go.
Can I ask Ellen, because I know in your opening statement you mentioned that the experience of the person you're caring for had gotten to a point where you said she felt unsafe, or they felt unsafe. I wonder whether you could perhaps elaborate on what was it about the school environment that made it unsafe?
Yeah, so my client has Rett syndrome, and that means she can't use her hands and she's nonverbal. So she doesn't have like fine motor skills or lots of ways to physically defend herself. And she was at an SSP, and it meant that there were a lot of different students there with lots of different abilities, some of which had behavioural issues. And her parents spoke to me about times that the school would had to shut down because other students were having meltdowns or becoming violent, and that's quite scary for my client who can't physically defend herself.
I think. Sorry,
Do
you
you want
go.
to continue on that
Yeah.
line, or
Yeah,
then
yeah,
you
you
should
go.
go? I'll come back to it.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to ask Ellen as well about what was it that sort of triggered the getting the diagnosis? Like it was very late in your schooling. Perhaps what, in light of your experience, what do you think can be done to try and help the school system be able to identify kids who need to be referred for a diagnosis?
Yeah. I think what Zoe was saying about language is really important. The way that we talk about disability is often in a deficit framework, and I think it's really important that we talk about disability as a difference rather than something that's negative, because that also means that parents are more open to their kids being diagnosed rather than thinking they've condemned their child if they're looking for a diagnosis. So I think that's really important. And education and understanding, I'm particularly speaking about autism because that's particular to me. There's not a lot, or understanding is definitely growing, but there still is need for more understanding of how it presents in girls and gender diverse individuals, because particularly even in the DSM-5, it's still based off a male phenotype. And so I think that education would definitely lead to more people realising and understanding their identities, and also the positive reframing of it, that it's a good thing and it's a better way to understand yourself. For me, I started seeing representation in the media of people who were similar to me and started asking questions about it, and my psychologist raised it with me as well. And then I also found out later that it had previously been raised years before, but as I said, because of my health, it just wasn't a priority, so we didn't do anything about it. Yeah.
Just off the back of that then, because I think we've heard a lot in this inquiry about the impacts of the medical model of disability, of the idea of deficits. It's all very, very negative. And you then put on top an education system that is sort of excluding people with disability in the too hard basket, being made to sort of jump through hoops to get adjustments and being othered. Do you think, in your experience, that has created an environment where bullying of people with disability is more likely? Is that something you've been aware of within the school system?
So I will preface by saying I definitely wouldn't call myself a victim of bullying. I was quite lucky. I had a fairly good experience with that at school, and my school was quite a safe environment as well. But absolutely, I think the way that we talk about disability, just like the way we talk about anything, impacts the way society thinks about it. And so if we're constantly framing autism as a negative thing, even the way that people, I see it in the schoolyard, that people will call others autistic as an insult, that in itself is framing autism as something that's negative and something that should be, punished. So yeah, I think the understanding of it definitely impacts it. And because also, as you said, it is based off a deficit, so it's just sort of like a list of all these things that are wrong with someone, that it's very easy to then use those things as a source of something to be bullied about.
So as a final question, I know we're a bit over time, But often we talk about, there's this burden on kids with disability and their parents and carers to sort of provide the adjustments in the environment that are going to make them thrive or help them to thrive, as opposed to the burden being on society and the system to just be more inclusive and accessible from the beginning. Are there things that could have been done in your school that would have benefited everyone and not been a sort of a big deal, that would have sort of helped you before you even knew that you were autistic?
Yeah, so I don't know if this, and maybe Zoe can say, but I don't know if this is for the whole education system, but I know at least for my schooling experience, we never had any disability education. There was no, there wasn't even like a day incursion of learning about disabilities and this is what it looks like and this is how people present.
Is this a public school?
Sorry.
Is it a public school or?
No, I went to an independent school.
Independent school.
Yeah, so I'm not speaking on behalf of all of New South Wales schools, but I know that would have been very beneficial. Like we had, in the same way that you have sex education classes or training for if you have a lockdown, I feel like we could just have one day a year where we learn about different disabilities and how they present and what it looks like, and looking at it from a positive framework. And then also I think it would be really important to have people with lived experiences of disabilities there, rather than people reading from fancy textbooks. Because as I said before, people with lived experiences know their brains and their abilities better than anyone else does. That's excellent.
And the disability report did say that children and young people who participated in that piece of work that we did of children and young people living with disability did talk about an increased awareness and training. And so I would say that was probably across all schools that they were asking for, because we certainly went to a variety of schools and places around that. So, but also, isn't it true with everything that the more that we're learning, the more that we're sitting with, the more that we're listening to, then we all grow and it's all better. And I think, we've had two really powerful young people who've shared their experiences today, but they are reflective of a community where there are a lot of young people who would like to be able to share their stories and have that experience. But I think the flip side is, by listening, we can create the environments that see these young people, all young people, thrive in an education environment, and then it doesn't see that people have to be in a different classroom or a different space, or that it's reflective of what a young person needs to thrive in that environment.
Just before we end, Sonia, you've not had as much time to speak. I wanted to give you the... Sorry, did you have a question?
Yeah, but I'm happy
No,
also for
sorry,
Sonia.
I've
No,
hogged
not
the
at
questioning
all.
again. Do you want to go?
And it might be something that you can perhaps speak to, Sonia. But one of the other things in your findings in the submission that you call out is access to extracurricular activities, and you talk about music, art, sport and community programs. Yesterday we had some evidence from the Muscular Dystrophy, Association in New South Wales about school camps and some of the impediments for students with physical disabilities to attend or not attend and being isolated. I guess from both Ellen and Sonia, in your personal perspective for yourself, for your client, for your brother, are there examples where you have seen that exclusion in, some of those activities which really every student should be able to participate in? And perhaps, Ms Robinson, from your perspective, ways that we could better be inclusive when it comes to those extracurricular activities that are actually really important parts of education as well. Any insights?
Well, I think for my brother, he went to a special needs school, and it was very, all the activities they did were within that school. So they never really went outside and did some kind of exploration. So I think that also is not helpful in a post-school environment, because he's graduated now, and it's still that feeling of not being able to go by yourself out in the world, because you're always stuck in a room with people telling you exactly what to do.
So more sort of external engagements, not everything just being within the school setting would have been a benefit. Okay. Ellen, did you?
I know the parents of my client shared an anecdote with me. At her school, she was taken to a playground, and she can't walk without assistance. And basically she was just taken to the playground for an activity, but she just then was watching people on the
Yeah.
playground in year 10 that this happened. So I think there is a push for learning outside of the classroom, but it's not really, at least in my client's experience, it's not really being adapted for the specific needs. In terms of extracurricular activities, I think they are so important, especially for autistic young people, because autistic young people often have things called special interests or hyperfixations, and they can often be within that extracurricular realm. And so to be able to engage in those and to really thrive in those for autistic people is very important.
So certainly one of the things that we've talked to people about is that there are great organisations who demonstrate this in terms of how they work with children and young people, and I'm not here necessarily to promote other organisations, but you would know of organisations like Ability who demonstrate that, you know, let's work with the ability and let's see what is possible. And that started from someone wanting to share their experience of enjoying a jet ski, which seems like a place to start, but it was all about how do we design things, and they run camps. And so if it is that there is a resourcing concern and issue, then what organisations are doing this really well in community already, and how do we perhaps work with them to come into schools and assist? And so I think there are some really good examples. I think that if you are sitting in an environment and seeing other people go out and do things and you are not a part of that, that is going to make you feel a certain way. And so certainly working to making sure that, but also children and young people in so much of the work that we talk about life skills and being, you know, learning in all of that space. And so that includes going out into your community and participating in community. And not in this work, but in other work that I'm doing, I spoke to an incredible young person who had cerebral palsy, and all he wanted to do was fish, and showed me the fish that he had caught. And, you know, I think sitting and understanding and working with those who care for these young people and understanding what is the ability, what are the things that we, you know, are possible. And somebody else said it before today, let's work with what's possible, let's not limit, and let's not think in terms of a limitation space, let's think of the possibility and work with young people around that.
Thank you. That's a fantastic note to end on. Thank you so much for coming and giving us the benefit of your experience and expertise. It's been really valuable. To the extent there are questions, supplementary questions, then the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this session. We will take a lunch break and be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for attending today. If I could start on my left, if you could state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Jacqueline Fredman, Deputy Ombudsman, Complaints and Resolution, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Cecilia Cox, Acting Director Operations at the Ageing and Disability Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pam Quello. I'm the Manager of the Official Community Visitor Scheme within the Ageing and Disability Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Fabulous, thank you. Can I ask if you've got a short opening statement you'd like to? Please go ahead, Mr. Miller.
We do, thank you. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation on whose lands we are meeting today, pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. The Ombudsman's central function of relevance to this committee is handling complaints that allege maladministration by the Department of Education and public schools. We do not handle complaints about private schools. That said, complaints about private schools can be made to NESA, and complaints about NESA can be made to us, including how it handles complaints. Maladministration is a broad concept that includes not just conduct that is unlawful, but also conduct that is unreasonable or administratively wrong. Two particular areas of systemic concern that have been raised in this inquiry are, first, adjustments and supports provided to children with disability to enable them to participate and flourish in an inclusive education environment, and second, behaviour management practices, including restraints, suspensions and expulsions. As other witnesses to this committee have rightly observed, these two issues should not be considered in isolation from each other. The failure to recognise the need for or to provide reasonable adjustments and support may be the precursor to behavioural incidents that might then lead to behaviour management practices. In relation to the provision of adjustments and support, my office can receive complaints from students and their parents or carers if there is a concern that a school or the department is acting unreasonably or in a manner inconsistent with its own policy in refusing or failing to provide necessary adjustments or support. There is overlap here between our jurisdiction to take complaints about that issue as a maladministration complaint and the jurisdiction of Anti-Discrimination New South Wales and potentially also the Australian Human Rights Commission as a discrimination complaint. Where we receive a complaint that appears to suggest discrimination on the grounds of disability, we will inform families of their avenues with Anti-Discrimination New South Wales in particular. Under the Ombudsman Act, one reason we might decide not to pursue a complaint is if there is an alternative and satisfactory avenue for redress. In discussion with the complainant, therefore, we will consider whether a complaint made to us, framed as an allegation of maladministration, might be more appropriately dealt with as a discrimination complaint to Anti-Discrimination New South Wales. We are aware that the New South Wales anti-discrimination legislation is currently under review, and Anti-Discrimination New South Wales' submission to this committee identifies some inadequacies of the New South Wales legislation. There is, for example, an absence in the New South Wales Act of a positive obligation on education authorities to provide reasonable adjustments. Certainly we see value in the reform of the New South Wales legislation to address this and related issues. Beyond individual complaint handling, in 2013 we conducted a systemic investigation into HSC disability provisions. That investigation arose because of the consistent and significant disparity between the number of students granted HSC disability provision from private schools versus those in the public sector. Concerns were raised about perceived bias, and there were criticisms of the Board of Studies for administering a system which, to put it crudely, appeared to allow students from more affluent backgrounds to gain an unfair advantage. The upshot of our investigation was that the board did have a rigorous process for administering applications for disability provision, and that it was not biased in the assessment of those applications from different schools or school sectors. However, the very rigour of the process itself meant that the process of applying is time-consuming and in some cases confusing. This, combined with the fact that some schools were better at identifying and supporting the needs of students with disability, was largely what appeared to be driving the sector disparity. Since that report, the issue has been the subject of further internal and external reviews, including the 2018 Firth Review. We have been continuing to watch the annual reports on this issue and liaising with NESA about its implementation of those Firth recommendations in particular. Finally, in relation to the issue of supports and adjustments, I just note that the New South Wales Audit Office is currently undertaking a performance review, assessing whether the Department of Education is effectively supporting students with disability in New South Wales public schools, and we will assist the Audit Office as required. On the second broad systemic issue, that of suspensions and other behaviour management practices, the Ombudsman tabled a special report in 2017 for the purpose of supporting the earlier Parliamentary Committee inquiry that was then looking into similar issues to the one now being considered by this committee. It is important to note that this report was written at the time when the New South Wales Ombudsman had responsibility for the employment-related Child Protection Reportable Conduct Scheme, which has since moved to the Office of the Children's Guardian. Under that scheme, any allegation of abuse or neglect of a child, including in a school context, was required to be reported to the Ombudsman. That scheme was expanded to include ill treatment, and since 2020 the function now sits with the Office of the Children's Guardian. It was in the context of that function that the observations in our 2017 report about restraint and behaviour management practices largely arose. As we no longer have that reportable conduct function, our insight into this issue is now much more limited to complaints we might receive about particular administrative decisions or events, such as a parent or carer complaining about the process that led to their child being suspended. Our focus in dealing with those complaints will be on the administrative reasonableness of the particular decision and the process of coming to that decision, and in particular whether that was done in compliance with the Department's policy. We liaise frequently with the Department to understand its policy and practices in this area, and in particular to get updates on any proposed changes. We also continue to be particularly interested in the intersection of children and young people in out-of-home care and children who are subject to school suspension, noting the significant disproportion. One thing we have been seeking for some time, including in our 2017 report, has been better public reporting by DCJ and the Department of Education on education outcomes for students in out-of-home care and suspension or expulsion data both for students with disability and students in out-of-home care. We understand that requests for this data have also been made from time to time in budget estimates hearings over recent years. The Department informed us in 2021 when it launched a new student behaviour strategy that it would consider data publication and analysis as part of its implementation of that strategy. We were told in 2023 that the student behaviour strategy was now under review, and we understand that this review is ongoing. We are happy to provide any other further information that the committee may require.
Thank you. Please go ahead with an opening statement.
Sure. I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the land of the Gadigal people and pay my respects to the elders of the nation and any First Nations people joining us today. And thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee and talk about our submission to the inquiry. The Ageing and Disability Commission was established in 2019, and we have a focus on upholding the rights of adults with disability and older people to live free from abuse, neglect and exploitation, and with the function of administering the official community visitors scheme. In relation to adults with disability and older people, we have a prevention and awareness raising role, and we respond to statutory reports about alleged abuse, neglect and exploitation of older people and adults with disability, with a particular focus where no other safeguarding body or oversight body can respond. The Ageing and Disability Commission has general oversight and coordination role in regards to the Official Community Visitor Scheme, and official community visitors conduct visits to visitable services, which of relevance to this committee includes residential out-of-home care via an MOU with the Office of the Children's Guardian. Our submission focused on two key aspects: ensuring the committee is aware of the current experience of children and young people in out-of-home care, in residential care, in accessing education, including children with disability, and item N of the terms of reference, which relates to the Ageing and Disability Commission's remit. As noted in our submission, our information in relation to children and young people with disability is through our Official Community Visitors Scheme function, which includes children in residential out-of-home care. And to be clear, that's children in out-of-home care who cannot be accommodated in, for various reasons, foster and kinship placements. As a cohort, these children and young people have complex needs and often a background of trauma and displacement. And as noted in our submission, many of the children and young people in out-of-home care have disability. Their access to educational pathways is absolutely vital, and ensuring they experience the opportunity for growth, engagement and belonging that other children do through education is fundamental to upholding their rights. As noted in our submission, official community visitors have identified that many children and young people in residential out-of-home care with disability do not have adequate or consistent access to these opportunities. Regarding the Ageing and Disability Commission's remit, we're open to and supportive of our remit being extended to include children and young people with disability in some areas, including functions relating to inquiring into and reporting on systemic issues in relation to abuse, neglect and exploitation, or the protection and promotion of their rights. However, any consideration of the extension of our functions needs to take into account the pressures currently faced by the Ageing and Disability Commission in fulfilling our current remit in the context of strong and increasing demands and budgetary pressures. We do not support the Ageing and Disability Commission's remit being extended to include the reporting of abuse, neglect and exploitation of children and young people. Children and young people with disability are children's first, and we believe that the existing child protection system and the employment-related child protection reporting system should serve all children, and the duplication of those systems is not supported by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just start with a couple of questions and then I'll pass over to my colleagues. I'll start with the Ombudsman. We heard from people about the sort of, I guess, the means by which they can make a complaint when they have an experience within the school, that they have to go basically to the principal, then to the Department of Education, and then they get to go to the Ombudsman. I understand that in Victoria they have a independent office for school dispute resolution, so an independent body. Would you recommend that sort of process for us here in New South Wales?
The first point I should make is that there is no absolute bar on people complaining to the Ombudsman before they've gone through all of those steps. So you can complain to the Ombudsman at any stage in the process, and depending on the circumstances, our advice back to the complainant may well be that if they haven't raised the issue through the department, then they should do that first, but depending on the circumstances, that's not a legislative requirement. In terms of the way that the education department itself handles complaints and essentially the two-tier system that it has, we support a two-tier system, and as far back as, well before, but including the 2017 report, we talk about the need for parents, carers and students to be able to have complaint avenues within the education authority itself, beyond the school itself. How that looks in terms of the department's unit is something that has been reviewed and changed over recent years. I don't know if you want to talk briefly about the parenting.
Yes, our liaison arrangements with the department for the past 18 months or so have been with what's called the Student and Parent Experience Directorate, which was separated from a different director that tended to deal with staff-based complaints. The former was disbanded or dissolved, I don't know what the technical term is, for them late last year, early this year, so it's now been consolidated into the Professional and Ethical Standards Directorate, and we've been liaising with them very regularly, much more frequently, to make sure that there's a more free-flowing and streamlined arrangements between us and them. So I'm confident that going forward those arrangements probably should work more smoothly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. For the Commissioner of the Commission, we heard from a witness the other day about the idea of, basically having something where I guess I understand what you're saying about, if we extended the remit of the Commission to be systemic issues, but not necessarily issues of that would normally fit within child protection, so exploitation and abuse in that sort of more, I guess, traditional way. But there are a lot of issues that at the moment wait to happen before they can go to the Ombudsman, but there's nobody coming in and trying to advocate or fix the situation for children with disability before the issues happen. So it's a very long way to introduce my question, I'm sorry. Do you think that your role could be extended to include, for example, looking at particular schools that don't seem to be doing as well as others in relation to accommodating children, and why that might be that sort of proactive work? Obviously with the right resources.
Yeah. I think that in terms of looking at the performance of individual schools, there'd be other bodies that are better placed with the expertise in regards to the educational standards that are expected and the disability adjustments that students are entitled to ensure that that's implemented properly. We do have a role to raise systemic issues in regards to abuse, neglect and exploitation of adults with disability, and can publicly report on those issues. And I think that's where there might be an extension into many of those issues would be impacting on children and young people with disabilities. For example, most of our reports about adults with disabilities are in relation to young adults, very young adults, so 18 to 25 is the most commonly reported age for adults with disability to be reported to the Commission. So it's, I guess, entirely plausible that the abuse, neglect and exploitation that they're allegedly experiencing when they're reported to us at 18 years old is predating that, and the systemic issues impacting that we pull out through our reports functions would be relevant for those young people. But
so, I guess to explain it a bit better than, like I know, for example, that, if you were to receive a cluster of reports of abuse at a particular aged care home, you might take the initiative to work out what is going on at that particular home and see what changes could be put in place to prevent that happening. There will be some schools where there is particular problems, maybe it's, who knows why it is. We're looking for a body that might fulfill that role of being proactively going in and trying to sort out where those patchy schools are.
Yeah. I guess our functions primarily at the moment relate to people living in individual homes, so we don't have a role in oversighting facilities or the functioning of how services are delivered to older people or adults with disability. The reports made to us generally relate to family members engaging in the allegedly abusive conduct. I hope I'm not misunderstanding you, but in terms of children with disabilities, I imagine that there's already agencies who...
There's not, that's the whole point,
okay.
I think. So
I'm happy to respond, further, but I guess a proactive approach is always a positive thing in my opinion, but the agencies who have the reactive response will be best placed to proactively identify how they can support schools to better deliver services, in my view.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for the Ombudsman. I wanted to ask about data and two questions. The first was just in relation to your report, where your submission, where you said that in the last 2 years, I think there were 580 actionable complaints about the DOE. I'm just curious as to whether, and you can take it on notice if you need to, but like that kind of amount or number over that period of time, is that higher than usual, lower? Are there any trends in terms of that data set and the number of complaints coming through your organisation?
We might take it on notice, but to give a kind of intuitive response, I don't think it's radically out of kilter with historical numbers, at least in the sense that no one has raised with me that the number of complaints about education are dramatically higher in the last 2 years than they have been in the past, or contrary-wise, that they're dramatically lower. I don't know if there's anything.
No, I don't have anything.
Yeah, but and if you can provide even some, a few more years of data just for the committee's interest, that would be fantastic. And then also, just Mr. Miller, in your opening statement, you spoke about the linkages between students who might be in out-of-home care and also suspension data.
Yes.
And we had conversations about that with an earlier witness today, but it was in the context of Aboriginal students with disability, links to suspension. He mentioned that often that will be a pathway into criminal justice system as well. But in your sort of expertise, are there, or do we need to have better data sets in terms of those linkages, not just for children with disability and out-of-home care, but Aboriginal children with disability, the police and the justice side of things as well, and who would you suggest is best placed to collate and manage that data and make it transparent for the community?
The answer to the question is yes, and we've made recommendations over a number of years to that effect in different reports, including in relation to Aboriginal children. In our report, our 2019 report on OCAR, we reiterated the recommendation around reporting on that. I think the last formal response we received from education on that issue was in 2021. We continue to engage with DCJ, particularly on the reporting in respect of children in out-of-home care on their educational outcomes more broadly, including issues about, for example, whether they have an education plan, which they are required to if they're in residential care. And we'll be reporting on that in the coming months. The quick answer to your question is yes, we believe that more data is required. I've noted that, as I said in my opening, questions about that have been raised during budget estimates almost every year, I think. We haven't been provided with additional data on that beyond what has been provided to the budget estimates committees. But I would say in relation to particularly the intersection between out-of-home care and education, and then the issue of the pathway from out-of-home care to youth justice, or their pathway from suspension or sort of disengagement from school to youth justice. That is a matter for the Department of Communities and Justice and I think the Department of Education together.
Because I think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence and a lot of people talk about it, but I just was curious about the sort of formalised sharing of data, and I know that that's often challenging amongst departments and different agencies. But anyway, I just have one question, if I can, also too, just for the Ageing and Disability Commission. I was interested in particularly the part of your submission where you spoke about school refusal, effectively, or why that access to education, and some of the examples that you listed, particularly around people having social anxiety or complex health problems. Again, other witnesses have spoken about increases in terms of school refusal and not feeling that that's a safe place where the right adjustments are there. I just wondered if there was any kind of further advice or information you could give us about how we could improve that process, particularly for those children who are in out-of-home care.
Well, as that relates to the OCD function.
So we're doing a project at the moment, a systemic issues project, and for this year, access to education is one of the issues that we're focusing on. So we've been, the visitors have been going out and all of their visits considering access to education with the young people. It's a bit early to sort of get the data, but what they're looking at is like what some of the barriers are to them attending school, how it's having an impact on the young people, and the data for that will be published in our annual report this year. As it's a bit too early to sort of tell what that is, but what we're definitely seeing is that all the people that are involved need to have some innovative strategies, like with young people not wanting to attend school. Like there's lots of organisations that have got some great alternative options that might be able to be considered, but all of the people sort of talking together to work out what might be the best pathway forward for the young people to attend school.
And then in terms of why, I guess that was the issue, or one of your systemic issues project, what was sort of the catalyst? Had you had more feedback about that being a concern? Or
So last year in the 22-23 financial year, we had a systemic issue on access to meaningful activities, and as part of that, I think we might have put in our submission, there was a lot of issues just in general access to meaningful activities, that there was a lot of young people not attending school then, and so because it seemed to be such a big issue, because it was a broader issue that they were focusing on, this year they decided to have it a little bit more targeted, just to be able to identify specifically the barriers and the experience of young people in whether they're attending school or not. So as I said, they're still out there seeing a lot of young people that are not attending school for a variety of reasons, but unfortunately we haven't actually done the analysis of the data that's coming through yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So just following on from the review, I know in your submission you said that it's end of, I think it was beginning of this year, 408 residential out-of-home care services that you could visit.
Yep.
Just interested to know, in a 12-month period, how many do you get a chance to visit?
So at the moment, the allocation rate for out-of-home care services is sitting around that sort of 65%. Yep. So 65% of visitable services that we know about get a visit from a visitor, and out-of-home care places usually get 4 visits in a year. 2 visits every 6 months. But it's about that 65. We're trying to build it up to as close to 80% as we can, but obviously there's still budgetary restraints.
And how do you decide which ones you will visit versus ones that you don't?
So that's always really challenging. At the moment we're trying to make some adjustments to our prioritisation and allocations policy. We tend to try and so if a new provider or a provider that hasn't been visited, we make sure that some of those providers, services that have never been visited before, any information that comes to us around particular risks or concerns that have been identified, they'll get prioritised higher. We have conversations with the Office of the Children's Guardian, who provide us with information, and they'll then identify some that they feel would be a good priority of a service for us to visit. So we take all of that into consideration, but we are also trying to strengthen that to make it more transparent as to how we identify the services that should be prioritised for visit, because we would like to get to all of them.
And just in following on also from some of the data and what you've got access to and what's being collected, so do you have an idea of how many young people in those in the residential settings have a disability?
Look, I don't know exactly. I know that the last lot of data that I think that we had in here was saying that out of the, just trying to see, in our submission I think we talked about, when they were talking in then about of the 128 children, 70 had a disability and 15% had multiple disabilities. So I think, and even if they don't have some of the disabilities, a lot of them need extra support at school, or they've got like trauma backgrounds. Like there's lots of other considerations and support, additional support that those young people in out-of-home care need.
Is that, I suppose, that raw data given to you to actually say this is the number? No. Is it available if you needed to access it to I suppose, be able to assess where you need to allocate your resources for visits? And
so we separate in our system online, so we can identify the services which identify as having with young people with significant disability. So we'd be able to, and as we're doing our data for the Systemic Issues project, we'll probably be trying to look at some of those distinctions between the services that we visit of young people that do have disabilities or significant disabilities and others. But even the ones that are classified as just general, like intensive therapeutic care, there still are some people in those that have disabilities that the service may not be, so we may not have all of the information.
is that information available? Like, is it that the roadblock is that you can't get it from the department, or is it too difficult to get it from the provider, or?
Well, I think the in the meeting that we had with DCJ, the Children's Guardian and the Ombo, they were talking about just better data matching and sharing. I think that at the moment we don't get a lot of the information from those sources, but I think that there's work underway that other people might be able to speak to around how they collect that data.
Okay. In your submission, you also talk about the alternative education models that some of the residential homes are providing. Could you elaborate a little bit more on
that?
How they are actually, I suppose, managed and regulated as well?
Yeah. Look, I don't have a huge amount of extra information, so we might be able to take some of it on notice to be able to provide some more information. But I know that there's some providers that sort of have in-house sort of education opportunities for young people. You know, some
is that
providers,
classified under homeschooling?
Some
model?
of it might be classified under homeschooling. As I said, I know that there's specific organisations that I think are regulated with, but I'm not sure exactly what those regulation arrangements would be. But as I said, we could have a look at some of the data and take it.
And is that within your remit to then, when you're doing visits, to check on how those that schooling is being provided to those young people, or to engage with those students in I suppose, is it effective for them?
So what the OCVs would be doing is speaking to the young people to find out what their experience is with the education, and then asking questions of that provider around how they're trying to engage the young people in school, and if they're finding that the answers that they are getting are not satisfactory, then they would then look to escalate that with a relevant body. But really it's just trying to see what the experience is like for the child. They're not an auditor and they're not an investigator, so they're not digging into all of the detail about what they're providing in those school opportunities, but just trying to make sure that the kids are actually involved in some sort of education opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
So can I just clarify, you don't have a specific remit for children, is that right?
What's that, sorry?
You don't have a specific remit for children?
Yeah.
So the Ageing and Disability Commission Act and the legislation governing the Children's Guardian creates the official community visitor scheme. So through an MOU, we have taken the administration of that scheme. So we have the visitable services through the OCVs.
Right.
And then other than that function in our legislation, we have a role to, I just want to make sure I get the wording right, but to monitor the implementation and report on the implementation of the Australian Disability Strategy. So in that regard, we would have a role because that strategy is for all people with disability, children, young people and adults.
So effectively you have an agency arrangement with Office of the Children's Guardian, do you?
Yeah.
Right, I see. So does that extend to inspections of SSPs? Who would have responsibility for
the children
independent inspection of SSPs?
So are they the
schools for special purposes? So
it's potentially the Children's Guardian.
Or NISA or the Ombudsman, if they're a public school, could take a complaint.
We could take a complaint. I'm not sure that there is an independent inspection body
so there's
for
no
those.
equivalent regime of the official visitor
scheme
to effectively that scheme is designed to avoid abuse. And that's a specific element of its mandate. There's no equivalent for looking at
special
schooling, whether they're public provided or in the private sector?
Not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, in New South Wales, there's just the three schemes, which is our official community visitor scheme, one for mental health and one for corrective services. So I don't know of one for school systems.
Right,
No, the remit of the official community visitors is determined by the accommodation arrangement. So it's when somebody's in the full-time care of, so that's the NDIS providers who house and provide support to adults with disability, and then the children and young people in residential out-of-home care.
It was a very live debate at the time that the ADC bill was debated, and then when it was brought in as to whether or not it should include children to an extent. That's why I was asking about that as well. I mean, I understand what you're saying about it's not currently included. But if we are looking and saying, well, there's just not enough focus on kids with disability, it's conceivable that we could change the legislation to give that power if it was resourced.
Yes, apologies that I haven't come prepared to
That's
provide
okay.
a response to
I
that,
mean,
but I'm happy to take it on notice because I
that
feel
would
like
be
it's
fine.
a very significant commitment to consider. And
it's
a
in our terms
significant
of reference,
change.
that's all.
Apologies.
That's okay.
I want to ask Mr. Miller about to what extent your office has actually looked at the process of complaints management within the department and recommendations associated with that. I mean, there's a range of testimony that this inquiry's heard around frustrations with that internal complaints system. What kind of improvements do you think need to be made within the department's complaints handling system?
Yeah, so until recently, we could look at the handling of complaints in terms of a complaint itself. So a complaint may be made to us about the way the department handled a complaint, and that could be an avenue for us to look at their system for handling complaints. More recently, we've been conferred an express function now of reviewing complaint handling systems of agencies, and we're currently conducting a review of DCJ's complaint handling system with respect to child protection and Aboriginal families. That function opens the door to us to do a systemic review of a particular agency's complaint handling functions, including potentially education. The one thing that I should say that where we have looked at particular complaints about the handling of complaints, we may make comments or suggestions or recommendations for change. One of the challenges with us embarking on a review of, for example, education's complaint handling system at the moment is that it has been and is currently in a state of flux. So as Jacqueline mentioned, even within education, the unit that is responsible for handling particular complaints, a new unit was established. That new unit no longer exists. We don't know exactly what is going to replace it. So it's very challenging, I suppose, for us to contemplate a review of a system that isn't quite settled, if I can put it that way.
So where does the directive power lie? Your agency doesn't have a directive power.
No.
So where the department has clearly failed in responding to a particular complaint, there's some level of obstinacy there. Who has the power to make them do something they don't want to do?
Well, as an ombudsman, we never have a determinative power, so we only make recommendations. I would say that agencies where we do make formal recommendations, generally speaking, do accept and implement them. We do not seek determinative powers. We think it's inherent in the role of an ombudsman that we aren't, in a sense, part of the system, so we're not there to replace the department's powers to make decisions. So ultimately the decision making is within the department and I suppose ultimately the department's minister.
It's a time consuming process, isn't it? Once it's reached your agency to have the complaint assessed and a recommendation made. I think we had some testimony earlier about how long it took to have accommodations made in relation to HSC preparations. How do we make that process more timely so that people aren't put through that kind of distress?
I think it does. I mean, it does come back to the question I was asked earlier about the internal, within the department, complaint handling processes. The more effective and efficient they are, particularly in an education context where when a complaint comes to us, it's usually framed in the context of a particular decision or a particular action or event, whereas when we're talking about students, whether they're students with disability or otherwise, and schools, What is really at issue is a relationship that has existed for a period of time and a relationship that needs to continue to exist for a period of time. And I think in those circumstances, the better able the department is in terms of its complaint handling processes to recognise the need to restore if necessary, but maintain and protect that relationship as the core of complaint handling, the better, rather than, as you say, waiting for a process to end and it coming to an oversight body like ours, where we're focused very much on, did the particular decision comply with the department's policy or what have you?
I might add a couple of points if I may.
Sure, yeah, if you could.
It's my experience that the department has been in liaison meetings and quite receptive of our feedback, observations and comments in relation to their internal complaint handling. We raised a couple of issues last year in relation to some inconsistencies that we were seeing. For example, when we get outcome letters as part of a complaint we've received, in some instances the outcome letter would refer to the ability to come to us, and in other instances it wouldn't. So this is obviously a cause of concern, so we drew that to the department's attention to make sure that that was consistent across the board. People were being properly advised about the ability to come to us. We also set up a direct referral arrangement with the department, which hadn't existed before, by which we're, in our opinion, the department should be working to resolve a complaint. We will refer it to the appropriate part of the department with an indication that we expect them to draw the complaint to their attention, so that it's obvious that we've received the complaint and that we're looking at them to do something actively to resolve it. Just to pick up on Mr. Miller's point before about relationship, the need to foster and, where necessary, perhaps repair or reset a relationship. We have, and we've actively advised the department on a number of occasions, a conciliation function that we're looking to expand. We have a number of experienced conciliators in our branch, and we're looking to train another dozen or so before the end of the financial year, and this is something we've been drawing to the department's attention. They have their own alternative dispute resolution mechanism, but they're certainly willing to work with us in appropriate matters to use our conciliation function. So the next thing we'll be turning to doing is promoting that in a wider sense beyond the department, so to make sure that parents and carers are aware that that option exists as well, because it is voluntary, so both parties need to agree to participate.
Thank you.
I've got a couple.
Just
again back to the commission and your submission. You said that there's a focus you want to do in relation to education and vocational training, and it's come out of some of the work that you've done and concerns. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? As to the reasons why? Is that the focus on the young person, or you're finding that support is not being given to them?
So as I mentioned before, so we had started doing it on access to vocational issues, and it was for both adults with disability living in supported accommodation, as well as children and young people in out-of-home care. The reason then to focus it on the education is through that project we found that there were a lot of instances where young people weren't accessing education, and so we thought to have a systemic issue on its own would be warranted, just to try and find out what the experience of young people was in that area over a 12-month period.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, you got anything else?
No, I'm all covered.
No, very good. That brings us to time. Thank you so much for your participation in our hearing today. To the extent there are questions on notice or questions, supplementary questions, then the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our panel for now. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome back to our next panel of witnesses. If I could start on my left, please. Mr. Graham, if you could state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Martin Graham, Deputy Secretary of Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms Summerhayes?
Deborah Summerhayes, Deputy Secretary, Public Schools, New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Brady?
Apologies for just-in-time arrival, Chair. Stephen Brady, Managing Director, TAFE New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Mr Barden?
Matthew Barden, I'm the Acting Executive Director, Homelessness, Disability and Seniors in the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And just to note for anybody who was looking at the published schedule, Mr Martin from the New South Wales Education Standards Authority is a late scratch. Because of illness, unfortunately. Okay, would you like to commence with an opening statement, any of you? Mr Graham?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to provide some opening remarks. Can I start by acknowledging we're on Gadigal land today, as well as traditional custodians of that land. I'd also like to acknowledge all the witnesses who've come before the committee, both in terms of their contributions to this inquiry, but also more broadly in respect of their compelling service and commitment in supporting and their aspirations for children and young people with disability, particularly in educational settings. As the committee has identified, the Disability Royal Commission has undertaken extensive work that reflects deeply on the issues and challenges that confront children and young people with disability and looks constructively to support improved outcomes. A key focus of this inquiry is to reflect on the findings of the Commission and consider measures to implement their recommendations regarding inclusive education. Likewise, I can advise the committee that this is currently priority work of the New South Wales Government. I can inform the committee that since we released the Commission's report, New South Wales agencies have worked together in undertaking careful, comprehensive and integrated engagement with the Commission's work in a way that seeks to honour the Commission's breadth and depth of considerations. Led by our colleagues in the Department of Communities and Justice, a detailed whole-of-government response is being prepared for the New South Wales Government. The committee be aware the Commission recommended all governments publish responses to recommendations by 31st of March 2024. However, and as indicated on 5th of March 2024 in their joint statement, disability ministers across Australia have advised that more time is required to respond given the scale and complexity of the reform recommended and the importance of consulting widely and understanding implications intended and unintended. The Commonwealth and 7 jurisdictions, including New South Wales, have indicated their intention to respond to joint recommendations of the Disability Royal Commission final report by mid-2024. As the committee is aware, New South Wales Government's plan for New South Wales public education is focused on building a more inclusive public education system. At the heart of the plan is the concept of equity. For all learners at all stages of life, we're committed to driving equitable outcomes, opportunities and experiences through the provision of high-quality education. A truly equitable education system lifts everyone up. It empowers all students, including those with disability, to succeed, creates stronger communities, and promotes a more just and inclusive society. To give some focus to the importance of this approach in the context of disability, it's vital to understand that in 2023, approximately 26% of public school students from kindergarten to year 12 were identified as living with a disability as defined by the Disability Discrimination Act. Inclusive education in New South Wales, in line with the Department's disability strategy, is defined as all students, regardless of disability, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, nationality, language, gender, sexual orientation or faith, can access and fully participate in learning alongside their similar-aged peers, supported by reasonable adjustments and teaching strategies tailored to meet their individual needs. Inclusion is embedded in all aspects of school life and is supported by culture, policies and everyday practices. The Department's disability strategy has led to the development of the Inclusive Education Statement for students with disability, which further defines what inclusive education means for school communities. This includes education environments that adapt design and physical structures, teaching methods and curriculum, as well as the culture, policy and practice of education environments,
so they're accessible to all students without discrimination. Seeking to leverage the department's disability strategy and our inclusive education statement, the Plan for New South Wales Public Education advances equitable outcomes, opportunities and experiences by reducing gaps in student outcomes due to structural inequalities. This includes students with disability, Aboriginal students, students experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage, students in rural, regional and remote New South Wales, and students from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds and communities. So in conclusion, I refer the committee to the department's submission, which seeks to provide a detailed outline of our focus on inclusive education, with particular emphasis on disability across the 3 core educational settings: early childhood education and care, schools, and training and skills. Along with my colleagues from the department and TAFE, we'll be pleased to assist the committee with its queries as they relate to those settings. We also look forward to considering the committee's recommendations in due course, with a view to driving improved outcomes for children and young people with disability and in stewarding equitable and inclusive education in New South Wales.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brady or Mr. Barden, did you have any opening statement you wanted to give?
I'm not happy to rely on Mr. Graham. We've worked together in the preparation of our submission. Thank you.
Great.
Nothing for me.
Excellent. I might start with you.
Sure.
If you want.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. Nice to see you all again. I just wanted to, I've got a few things that I want to cover, but I might just do a couple and then hand over to my colleagues so I don't hog all the time. The first is just in relation to, particularly, Mr. Graham, in your opening remarks, you spoke about the new plan for public education and you called out rural and remote. Now, obviously, there's a separate rural and remote education strategy and a unit within the department for that implementation. The submission talks about making sure that any of the programs rolled out across the department make sure they're fit for purpose in rural, regional and remote areas. Are there any insights or new initiatives or policies, particularly for children with disability in rural, regional and remote areas that the department is implementing at the moment?
Well, I think the programs that we're implementing are also implemented in rural and regional areas. So I think some of the things like the 28 team around a school teams that we have in New South Wales, one of the real challenges for us is making sure that the same service is provided to schools in rural and remote areas. So when schools are in need, we have the same supports that might be provided in the city, and obviously that presents some challenges of distance and so on in the country. But we provide the same kind of team that they would have. In early childhood as well, you'd be aware there's a number of programs that take place to, overcome the challenges of distance.
Yeah. So one of the other witnesses that we had, I think it was yesterday, we had witnesses from the ICPA, but we also had, different advocacy groups. And part of the challenge was particularly around getting a diagnosis for things like ADHD and autism especially, and long waiting lists. And one of the issues raised was access, and the more remote you go, the more challenging it can sometimes be to access those health specialists. One idea that was floated, and I'd be interested in both your and Ms Summerhayes' insights, was whether we could provide opportunities for school counsellors to have the skill set or training to be able to make those diagnoses so that you could eliminate the need to have to go outside of the school. In theory, it sounds like it could be an idea worth exploring, but I just wondered if you have any initial thoughts or considerations about an approach like that.
So the school counselling service, they certainly do provide assessments, and that's one of their kind of roles is to provide functional assessments of what the students need at school.
Yep.
And the other change we have is moving towards an NCCD approach, means that we don't actually need a formal diagnosis before providing the student with the adjustments they need in schooling. There is a crossover to out of school, and one of the issues with kind of our service making a formal diagnosis would be that kind of how that connects through to the health services. So, we provide education, and our supports are very much focused on, what are the supports required to able to access education on the same basis as other students. And so that question about what the therapeutic supports might need to be as the basis of that diagnosis. So, for example, accessing NDIS services and so on, that kind of moves off education and into that other space. We can certainly understand the logistical challenges of rural areas, but whether the counselling service can expand to take on a medical as well as that educational purpose, I think would be a challenge for us.
Yeah. Did you don't have to, but Ms Summerhayes, did you have any thoughts on?
I think Mr. Graham's actually covered it.
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Can I just pick up on that?
Yeah, sure.
Just,
Yeah.
So, if there's a capacity issue with counsellors, is there any other mechanism that can be explored in relation to functional assessment?
Well, so certainly, functional assessment is what they do, and it's what we're moving to. I think, particularly as the education system, we still have some services which rely on a medical diagnosis, but a lot of the services have moved to that functional assessment. What can the kid in front of me do?
Can you just elaborate which ones are which?
So at the moment, for example, access to the integration funding scheme requires diagnosis of a disability, and that it's at a level that's serious enough to require that intervention. We are looking at criteria at the moment, making some changes, which I know other services are doing, such as not having to go back and get continuous diagnosis. If you've got, if there's a diagnosis that's not going to change over time, not going back and requiring people to get that updated every year, making it more consistent with other services, so you don't have to, I've got to do this for health, I've got to do that for education. So we're certainly looking at ways of making it more straightforward. And if we did move our entire funding system to a functional assessment rather than this kind of halfway diagnosis, halfway functional, then that would obviously make a big difference as well. I know that's got a lot of work out in the Royal Commission.
So is it correct that you just said IFS is the only one that's diagnosis basis?
That's right. So the low-level adjustment for disability is based on NCCD and on another index, but that doesn't require diagnosis. So that's the main source of funding.
Sorry, Sarah.
No, it's fine. We're free-flowing, so feel free. Okay, thanks. Just a few in the early childhood space now, if I can. I suspect you probably don't have access to this data, but one issue that was raised with, I think it was from one of the autism support groups, was around the lack of school care, or outside school hours care services for children with autism, and that they're not really accessing them in the same way. I know that the submission has data of the number of children who attend those services from June last year, but do we get from the Commonwealth through that CCS data any breakdown of if the percentages of those children have disability? I can't remember. I don't know.
I don't believe we do, but the Commonwealth does provide funding for children with a disability in after-school care, before and after-school care.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have the numbers on that.
No, that's okay. I suspected. I know how fun it is to get data from the Commonwealth at the best of times, so I thought that would be the case. The issue of inclusive education scholarships, both for early childhood educators and for teachers, again, I know that the submission talks about the Masters of Special Ed for specialising in early childhood, and that there was a scholarship program in the 2022-23 financial year. Are there any current early childhood scholarships that focus on inclusive education?
Yes, there are, and I've got some details of them here. There are scholarships that are provided through... sorry, I have to have the data here. I might also mention, just to clarify something from a previous question, support classes also require diagnosis. Sorry, I kind of failed to mention
That's right.
that particular part. Let me pull up the appropriate notes on the...
And if you've got them at the same, for just special education scholarships more broadly, we had special educators in this morning.
Yeah, so there's so we do provide scholarships for teachers, so existing teachers to go into special education courses, and there's a similar program that runs for early childhood, and I can get the data on that.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but even sort of the numbers, say, for this current financial year, if possible, how many have been allocated and the supports, just a bit of a rundown of the details of what's there, that would be great. I have more, but do you want to? Yeah. I feel like I could talk to you all day, so I'll stop and let someone else have a go.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today. Over the last, yesterday and today, we've heard some evidence from people with lived experience and also organisations representing them about the inability, or some great schools where they'll work with the individual or with families to access therapists, and then other cases where, we heard it this morning, therapists haven't been allowed to visit the school, or when they have, they've been given 5-10 minutes in a corridor. I want to understand better how those decisions are made at a local level, and how it can be better coordinated to ensure that these young people are getting access to the therapists that they need, and as part of their particularly NDIS plans and things.
So I might let Ms Summers provide some examples, but I think one of the overarching tensions is that we provide education, and that many schools do go out of the way to make it simple for families by having therapists access the children at school. But there is always that tension between the time being taken out for therapy is a time that's not being provided for education. And then there's also logistics of the schools. But let's Summers talk to that.
Thanks for the question, Ms McLean-Jones. So it looks very different in different contexts across the state, as you would appreciate. So in our communities where children find it really hard to access therapy outside of school, schools often will accommodate perhaps more so children can get access. In communities where we know that children are fortunate enough to have access outside of school, conversations would be had about that balance between the educational provision and the appropriate time for therapy. So in all of these cases, it's a student by student, school by school, context by context, family by family, because that's the most appropriate response.
Is there, I suppose the question then comes to how does the school manage it, or where that therapist is actually needed to help facilitate their learning?
Yeah, so I'll give you some examples. So at Currumbie Special School, they accommodate therapists in the school and are able to accommodate with space for that therapist to work with a young person to improve their learning outcomes at school, and that would be replicated across the state in a number of our settings. As I said to you, it really depends on the needs of the child. If it's related to learning, then of course that's taken into account. I have the privilege of visiting lots and lots of schools across the state who have students both in specialised settings and in classes in mainstream, and it looks very different depending on the needs of the child and the family and carer.
So in a situation where you said that the priority would be not to have the therapist there because it, in the view of the school, it was interfering with the classes. How does that fit in with the government's plans of having an inclusive education environment? If we've got situations where young people who need access to their therapists can't get access to them?
In my experience, if we have a child who can't get access to a therapist and it can only happen in school time, schools work very hard to accommodate that.
And what happens when a school can't accommodate? How do we ensure that that young person is being supported?
Okay, so in my experience, if a school is unable to accommodate a request around therapy, then often there'll be a reach out to the system, and our teams will work with the school and the family to find the appropriate support for that child, whether it be in community or at school. But in the situations that I'm familiar with across the state, it's a conversation and work that's done between family, carer, school and outside agency as required.
And do you do a bit of an assessment looking at all the schools or areas where there is a higher level of complaints, or a higher number of limited access to therapists versus ones where they seem to be quite more inclusive? And we've had sort of some evidence from some places saying there are some amazing mainstream schools, and others that we have heard have not been as supportive, and in some cases where parents have said their child is constantly being suspended, or they're being encouraged to actually say, look, your child needs to leave this school.
So I might get Mr Martin just to talk about consistency of practice, then I'm really happy to speak to you about examples of what that could look like.
Yeah, so it is local, the provision. So sometimes the other thing to remember, so education, we try and accommodate therapies that are outside education where we can, but there's also a workload issue on that. So every time a new person comes in, they have to meet all our insurance requirements, they have to go through the induction, they have to do all those kinds of things. So for two different schools, if one's got not many people coming in, one has a lot, it can be a different kind of thing, and some schools are better set up for it.
Sorry, when you say many people, sorry, as in students with disabilities.
Oh, so if there's lots of providers.
You're talking about
particularly,
providers.
Providers. So particularly NDIS, everybody's got a different...
Yeah, sure.
And we've got to go through the insurances and all that with every time
Yeah.
they come in. And look, some schools we know manage it's like, look, Thursday morning is when we do it. You know, there's a range of issues. But your question was about, do we monitor what's happening across the system? And we certainly do. So we'd be aware if there was a number of complaints about a particular school. That's monitored at the local level, and then if the complaints, are escalated, that also comes to us. In terms of suspension, we now have a much better system for not just that being local, but that data coming to the centre and us actually being able to respond more quickly when we see, an increase in suspension at the school or a particular issue that's taking place. We can respond at the individual student level and at the school level as well.
And because you mentioned suspension, so the data that you've got is the number of young people being suspended from each school. Is that broken then down by how many are identified as having a disability? Or
Yes, it is.
And do you have that also by young people in out-of-home care?
We don't have it for out-of-home care, but
you share that
maintained
data
by
now with...
DCJ. Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Can I ask if, when it comes to DCJ and that data, is that then broken down to identify those young people who are in out-of-home care?
I would have to take that on notice, I'm sorry. I'm not really across the detail of the child protection part of the system, but happy to get an answer for you.
So what data is provided to DCJ around suspensions for young people with disabilities?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay. Do you want to... You got anything?
I've got more, but I'll let these guys.
I'll just ask a quick one.
Yeah.
I haven't asked any yet. I've been suspiciously quiet. We heard from Deaf Connect and Deaf Australia yesterday that deaf teachers are not allowed to register to work in New South Wales schools, but that Victoria, Northern Territory and a bunch of other places do allow it. Can you clarify what that's about?
Oh, we did look into that. So that statement is incorrect. So teachers seeking approval to teach may declare they're hard of hearing or deaf. And in those cases, the department's teacher approvals team seek information from that teacher to support their application ahead of getting their approval to teach. So we have many who hold approval to teach who are hard of hearing or deaf, and so the department supports them, including in the interview, being able to provide interpreters for the interview as well. So, we did note that, and we've looked into it, and
Okay.
it's not correct.
All right. The other thing that was mentioned is the concept of bilingual schools. I understand that they have one in, at least in Victoria and in Queensland, but we don't have any in New South Wales. Is that something that the department has looked into previously? Any plans to have bilingual schools?
For Auslan?
For
Yes.
Auslan? So there's now an I don't like to speak on behalf of Mr. Martin in his absence, but there's now an Auslan unit that students can learn at school, and we do have some schools across the state that are trialling that as a subject choice for young people. In a number of schools across our state, teachers have been using Auslan in all sorts of forms, I suppose informally at this point. So we see lots of examples. I'm sure, Miss Boyd, you've seen our wonderful signing choir at many events across the state. So it's really, we're very excited by the fact that Auslan is now a subject of choice, and lots of young people are really interested in studying that in their school.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Has there been any anything put in place to, I guess, incentivise the numbers of people who are learning Auslan, particularly at a at a TAFE level or at that sort of level, to then go on to teach Auslan?
We have Auslan available as a course for people to enrol in, and but in terms of incentivisation, that might have to be a question for the department. We'll take the enrolments and support people through their learning, and we promote the course quite heavily. But as to the reasons why someone would enrol, we wouldn't be aware of that.
Okay. One more quick one, and then I'll hand over to you, Mr. Diadam. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask about, so in terms of how many SSPs do we have that cater for deaf children?
We have specific hearing classes. We have children in mainstream who get hearing support, and we would have some students in SSPs that may have hearing as part of their diagnosis. So I couldn't give you specific numbers, I'm sorry, Mr. Diadam, around that.
There's no specifics.
We don't have a specific SSP for children.
No.
But we have units in...
we do.
Specialist units in some schools.
Yeah.
That's where the provision tends to be provided.
Okay,
You're
and
too
that-
quiet, Anthony. We can't
Yeah.
hear you.
I'm
I can't
sorry,
hear you.
I'm very
With
quietly
me.
spoken.
The question that Mr. Diadam asked in the last panel, actually, in relation to sort of who oversees, not who oversees, but is anyone inspecting SSPs or going out and actively sort of checking on SSPs? Is that something you know, Mr. Barden, or is that a education?
Is that checking in terms of what, Miss Boyd?
So,
the Ageing and Disability Commission have a particular mandate that's directed to minimising institutional abuse, but they don't appear to have oversight that relates to SSPs, both public provided and in the private sector as well. We wanted to know where that oversight is, whether there's an inspection regime operating either through the department or NESA. What is the oversight regime?
They have the same oversight arrangements that any other school has. So they have all the oversight from all the child protection angles. They have oversight from the local director. We're registered as a system by NESA, so we have to assure NESA that we've actually undertaken all the kind of assurances that any school would have to undertake. In the same way that the Catholic system is registered as a system. We have the ombudsman. We have the ombudsman. We have HERIOC. We have other kind of oversight that takes place in our schools.
We also, sorry, I'll
No,
ask
you-
one more.
you go
We're all being
ahead,
very
I'll-
polite with each other. We also heard earlier that there is not a necessarily a need for a particular qualification to teach as a special education teacher. Could you clarify that for us? And in particular, we did get tabled, which I'm sorry, I don't know if you have, and I can't find in front of me.
I've got some spare.
But there was a bunch of advertisements for roles in different schools that were talking about selection criteria for having approval to teach special education and no one knowing what that meant. Are you able to clarify that?
I'll give that one a go, and Ms Summerhayes can correct me and come in with the detail. So you do need approval to teach for special education, and so you'll see that in the job advertisements. But there's so two ways to get approval to teach. The first is a qualification in accordance with our guidelines, so you'll have to have a special education qualification, and we would then give you approval to teach in that way. You can also get it through what's called recognised and verified experience. So that would be successfully teaching for a minimum of 2 years full time within the last 5 years, and you would have to have a school principal to sign off to say that you would undertake an teaching experience that would give you those kinds of qualifications and skills. So the codes, they're the codes that are on our advertisements, and to be able to meet that code, you have to have ticked one of those two boxes.
So one of the issues that was raised with the previous panel is that if you have not had that specialist training and then you were then put in that position of being someone who is basically performing that role, you're then getting experience, but you may not be actually, you might be, what was the expression, learning through error, or I can't remember what the expression was, but basically, particularly if you've then got a principal who also doesn't have that special training to know whether or not you're effective as a special ed teacher, is there a problem with that being a type of approval?
I think a part of it would come down to the amount of professional learning we also provide. So I think particularly post our disability strategy, we now provide a lot more professional learning. We provide support through the Inclusive Education Hub. So you're not kind of left out by yourself to kind of make mistakes. You are actually supported not just within your school, but within the system as well. And Mr Summerhayes has some more detail.
I would just add that may help also, Ms Boyd, mindful that in special education settings, we are also relying on curriculum expertise. So, for example, in a high school setting, you may be a TAS teacher, a woodwork teacher or a metal teacher that has traditionally worked with the students in the special education unit as part of their learning, and over many years of working with those young people in that special education setting, but as a curriculum expert, you've determined that this is work that you are good at, that you enjoy, you are successful with, and so there are ways that you can actually apply to get some accreditation around that.
Is there, though, a third party that's sort of assessing what you're doing, or is it more of a self-assessment process then?
It's a good question. It's not, well, it's a self-assessment to feel that I'm doing well in that area, as an example, but then you need to be able to...
That's why we have the central approval to teach process.
Yeah.
So people can't just come in and say, I'm a maths teacher.
Yes.
So they have to go through the centralised approvals to teach process, and that's why we've developed that. So it does have, we don't do an examination, but we do actually have a kind of a level of rigour around it.
But in terms of the special ed teachers, they can say that they've got experience teaching children with disability.
It has to be. It also has to be signed off by someone else, and it has to be a minimum of 2 years within the last 5 years. So there are some boundaries around.
But the person signing it off doesn't necessarily have the expertise.
Will have to be the school principal of a school which has, kids with a disability in it. So
that's
Now, I understand what you mean, but
Yeah.
if I can just extend on the TAS example. So as the TAS teacher, I would be observed by other people in the unit. I would have to provide my scope and sequence, my registration around the work that I'm doing. So it's not just me going, I'm good at doing this. There's
Yeah.
actually a lot of mechanisms within a school for any teacher to be proving that they are doing...
But presumably there's test results at the end of that, whereas how do you assess whether you're actually providing the best sort of support and care in an educational setting for someone with disability who's part of a larger cohort?
Because the individual need of that child is part of the assessment regime. I'm just using that one subject as an example. So in a high school, that student would have more than that teacher, as an example. So that TAS teacher is not responsible for every part of the instruction for that young person in a high school setting. They're responsible for working with special education in their area of expertise and have learnt skills while doing that may lead them to do more work in the special education setting.
I see.
So mindful that in a high school, I would not be responsible as the TAS teacher for all of the instruction and support for that student.
Yes, but then that person then can become an approved special ed teacher? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what
Sorry,
I'm saying.
I'm very
not being
confused. So
clear. I'm
I
sorry.
understand that there's specialisations, and so if you were
Sure.
a TAS teacher, for instance, you
Yes.
would get a specialisation in that. But it's
Yes.
I guess what I'm saying is that that's more easily accessible, because if your entire class is failing at the basic curriculum for that year, then they're probably going to look and say, well, maybe you're not teaching that well. But if you are a special education teacher who is providing support to a person or group of people with disability within a larger cohort, there's nothing tangible that we can say, well, you've, clearly look at that, they've all excelled or they haven't excelled, because by its nature, people with disability are all very different. So who is there to ensure that that person is actually very good at doing that, as opposed to somebody who has done it?
Well, that's the certification by the principal. They kind of know whether they're succeeding or not.
Yeah.
And there's a range of measures that schools use for students
So
with
that
disability.
TAS teacher would have a head teacher of support faculty that would be monitoring that work and looking at the child's progress.
Yeah, but again, sorry, I will give an example. A really good way to stop the principal from noticing children with disability in your class might be just to kind of exclude them from your class and have them sitting in a corner playing with an iPad. That's not very good teaching for that child, but from a principal's perspective, how would they know that was...
I'd be very surprised if such a teacher would apply for authority to teach, and I'd be very surprised if a principal
That was
would
an
sign
extreme
them off.
example, but my point
No,
is
it's a good question.
the principal
but I
is
think
also
it's,
not an expert, so...
Yeah, partly the kind of the experience code is brought in there, because you may have a case of someone who's perhaps they've come from another place where they'd done a special education qualification in addition to education, but it wasn't recognised by us, but they've spent 20 years working successfully in a school with a disability. So we kind of have to be able to, not just have a really blanket rule about you've got to have this qual. We, try and provide that space, particularly because there are, I've kind of summarised it, but there are a range of codes. So not just qualified, authority to teach us. Well, actually, I teach kids with autism. I do intellectual disability. Emotional disturbance, that kind of stuff.
So one last question on this. It's a question I asked the special ed panel. To the extent that you then have people who have got that experience, they've been approved, what is best practice based on evidence and research is changing yearly. Is there any requirement for those teachers to remain updated or continue to do further education in order to keep that approval? Or is it
you get approved once and then for the next 20, 30 years you keep practicing?
Well, you keep practicing, but you actually have to meet your registration requirements with NESA, and so you have to actually continually update your practice as part of your... In the same way that any teacher
Yes.
has to update their
But
practice
does it have to be specialist?
every subject. So we don't require maths teachers to,
No.
retrain on maths, but if the evidence, for example, about particular teaching practices were to change, then certainly as a department in our responsibility for giving our profession the best evidence-based practices, we would be providing them with that kind of professional learning as well.
I'm going to give you an example. So for someone, for example, who is saying, I'm really great at teaching kids with autism, I'm a special ed teacher, I've been approved as that in the past, I've now been teaching these kids for 20, 30 years. I understand that there is continuous education requirements on teachers, but given how much has happened in the field of autism research in the last 20, 30 years, is there any requirement on that teacher to have updated themselves in that particular specialisation in order to keep being special ed teachers for people with autism?
There's no specific requirement, but in the same way that there's no specific requirement for other kinds of teachers. And
should there be?
But I guess the same question could be posed. So it's a hypothetical question, but the same question could be posed for any kind of teacher. And where would you, how many teachers would you knock out of the profession by, a kind of cycle? Someone would have to decide, which critical point. And there are times when we say, okay, so there's a really critical point. For example, the DDA legislation. We decided that every single leader in our system had to undertake training on that. So 46,000 people have undertaken that training. So there are mechanisms, if there was such a significant change that it would be compulsory, there are mechanisms for doing that.
But again, there are examples where people who have these other specialisations in maths or science or whatever it is, they are going to be measured, whether we agree with it or not, they're going to be measured on the success of their class, or at least over time. So if there's a problem with that teacher, you're going to know about it. How would you know if somebody was applying outdated behavioural techniques with people with autism?
I know the committee, I understand the committee has identified this kind of lack of measurement as a real issue. So how can we tell that the outcomes of our adjustments are effective? So one of the really important things that's just happened is the inclusive assessment program. So the department's been working for quite some time on assessment for children who are not currently covered by a range of NAPLAN and so on. And so there's two kind of elements to this, and this will be a real game changer, we think, for schools. The first of all is literacy and numeracy precursors. So if a child is not able to demonstrate the kind of minimum levels of NAPLAN, what are the precursors that you would demonstrate on the way to those literacy and numeracy skills? And we've actually developed an assessment. We've trialled it with schools, and it was developed with the expertise from within SSPs and other people in New South Wales. We're looking to roll it out to all schools now on a voluntary basis, so teachers will actually have some assessment tools. So they'll be able to tell the kinds of things you're wondering about, like how do we prove this practice is effective? Because we actually have an assessment for it. We're also, and that's just literacy and numeracy, but in terms of broader skills, we're looking at also a passport, which is also being rolled out at the same time, which enables staff and teachers to understand, are their social skills getting better? Is what I'm doing effective? So we're hopeful that will fill in a real gap.
Sorry, did you just say it would be rolled out and the uptake would be voluntary?
Yes, that's right. So
how do you measure something if not everyone has to participate?
Well, so the most important thing is for the school and the teachers to measure how effective their practice is. In terms of NAPLAN, that's done every second year. It's not something that will enable you to know whether something's effective in a more immediate period. So the first missing gap is for the actual teachers in the schools. We think that's far more important than for me to have some big collection of data. It's really important for the teachers in the schools to know, and for the parents to know whether how their children are doing.
Sorry, just one last thing I will pass over. Sorry, so if we're not proactively training up people into the best, I guess being the best they can possibly be in terms of teachers of kids with disability, are we at least reactively looking? So, for example, if there's, a spike in numbers of kids being excluded from class, whether it's restrictive practices or
suspensions or expulsions, are we then looking and saying, when was the last time this person had their understanding of these disabilities updated?
One of the important, having just told you the data's not for us, one of the really important things of our new policy is we get live data from schools around things such as suspension and at really key intervention points. For example, it's an unfortunate fact that kids get suspended in kindergarten. So now, instead of just observing that 6 months later, whenever a child is suspended for the first time in kindergarten, we get notification, we send it to the local area director, and we immediately reach out to the school to say to the principal, can we come into the classroom and actually observe what's happening so we can actually make that early intervention? Whether it's often, particularly in kindergarten, it'll be something that's been undiagnosed or they, haven't. So we're really trying to change our whole model so that we're much more proactive like that. Because
so
otherwise,
that's when the training comes in.
That's right. So it's like, and that's that team around the schools. We have behaviour advisors, we've got early intervention advisors, that kind of thing. And it's, it's not perfect. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but we're really trying to get that model in place.
Can I jump in again?
Sorry. I wanted to ask about schools for specific purposes. Your submission says there's 117 SSPs, and then you talk about the various categories. I'm not sure, on page 21 you say medium to high support needs, behaviour disorder, emotional disturbance, hospital, schools, etc., etc. I'm wondering if on notice you could provide how many in each of the categories and how many places there are for each category. And then I want to ask about the process of how a child gets referred to an SSP. Perhaps if you could just elaborate on the process.
We can take that other question on notice. We can provide you with the number of enrolments. Sometimes it gets tricky.
Not the number of enrolments, the number of places.
Sometimes it's tricky because it's a partial. So we've got places like Bridge Road where you're actually enrolled in your home school and you can also be enrolled there. So we'll give you the data we have.
But you wouldn't count that as 2 enrolments. There'd be a place at Bridge Road.
So you might see enrolments is higher than the number of places. So yeah, we'll provide you with that data.
Okay.
No problem doing that. And the second question was about
the process of referral. How does a child get referred?
So you go to your local school and you do what's called an access request. So that's where the school and the department will help parents, if they want to access a specialist setting, they help them, provide the evidence and so on that's required for that. We then go through an access request process where we have a panel. We have a panel of experts and of school principals who actually prioritise. And it's quite complicated because it's not just, this child needs this service. There's things like how far is the service, and we provide assisted student transport. So we have to look at, it's not fair on the child for them to be 90 minutes travelling to and from school, and then based on availability, places are allocated.
Okay, can I ask about that? Just so how many? Perhaps if on notice you could provide details of for the last 2 years. How many access requests have been made? And presumably if there's no immediate place available, what happens then?
So the other part of this is that just because someone's eligible or suitable to go to this same process is for a support class in a mainstream school or for an SSP. But just because someone might be suitable and eligible doesn't mean that they couldn't also be educated in a mainstream setting with appropriate funding, such as through integration funding support. So they'll be supported in a mainstream school if there's no place available in a support class, and we'll bring in a range of supports to help that happen.
So if there's been an access request, it's been approved by the panel, there's not a place, so I'd like to get some data about how many people are in that deferred category, I think it is. Is that correct?
We can provide some data on
how many are deferred, how many are declined. We received some evidence that suggested that part of the consideration for access requests was if the child had been suspended, that particularly, presumably with SSPs for behaviour disorders, that if a child had been suspended, that pushed them up in terms of the priority for gaining access to an SSP. Is that correct?
No. So I can understand there's, it's one of those apocryphal things that you hear, but there's no part of the criteria is about, needing to be suspended to move up the priority list.
So what
But
constitutes urgent criteria?
Often, the issue is often, obviously, these are students who might be suspended because of suspension is based on a risk assessment. So it wouldn't be surprising if the children who are most prioritised also happen to have a higher level of suspension. Does that make sense? So it's not like it's not relationship, but there's no, you don't get 5 suspensions, therefore you've got access to an SSP. It doesn't. That's not how it works.
Right. Can I ask about these recommendations from the Disability Royal Commission? What work is being done within the department to implement those recommendations?
So the department has been involved in a whole of government process led by DCJ, and so we have contributed to a whole of government response, which will be, go through government approved by cabinet, and will be a responsive government, and then we'll be implementing, whichever the recommendations that government has said that we should.
Right. Are there particular workforce implications that are being considered?
So certainly the recommendations would have workforce implications. But I think in general, the main workforce implication for us is the kind of growth in disability and the need for, with 1 in 4 children having a disability, the need for really every teacher to have kind of tools in their armoury around disability. That's and just the kind of growth in general and the kind of well-known workforce challenges of having sufficient teachers in front of classes.
I'll let the others have a go and maybe come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on in relation to, I think you were talking about suspensions and being able to use that data in real time, particularly for something, I think you used the example of kindergarten, being able to then go in and with early intervention initiatives. I'm mindful that primary responsibility for Department of Education is to provide education. So I'm interested to know what's the steps, or do you then engage with Department of Community and Justice or Health to then look at what other wraparound support can be provided to a young person that may not be directly related to their education?
So a lot of it would be referral to health or perhaps another local service, and that's why a lot of this is localised. And our people who work between schools they know the local terrain, so they understand what services that you can refer to. Because we are mindful that we don't, provide the health services, but often it might be a, behaviour. It might be a whole school. Look, we've got the positive behaviour for learning materials. Maybe it's a good time for the school to reset if it's at that level.
Mm-hmm. In relation to enrolments, do you keep the information or the data on the number of young people that need to be enrolled?
In terms of
each
from
year.
The population?
Yep, in New South Wales, or is that held?
Oh, well, certainly. So we work with the Department of Planning and use their population projections for how many. But we don't have the individual. We don't know every individual child. We don't have a unique.
Which department would have responsibility for knowing that whether or not every young person is enrolled?
Well, we have responsibility. So if there's a child who's not in a non-government school and is not enrolled and is of compulsory school age, that is our responsibility, and that's largely done through the homeschool liaison program. But we don't have a kind of unique identifier that every child has from birth, and so we don't often it would have to be identified to us by someone else. So for example, if DCJ or there's a notification made that says we know this child's not in school, that then comes onto our books. Yeah.
And then would you then be able to identify from that how many young people that are enrolled would have a disability?
That's right.
Yeah. And then do you keep the data on how many of those would be homeschooled? Or is that managed by...
So homeschooling would be NESA,
yep.
But say someone moved from a public school to homeschooling, we absolutely keep them in our site until the moment they're registered for homeschooling, because there's a bit of a process, once you're going through that application, and that's one of the things we're very keen to make sure there's no gap between, you've left us. It's like, no, you're with us until the moment you are actually registered and someone else has visibility.
Yep.
Okay.
Around young carers and students who are caring for siblings, it came up this morning with Siblings Australia. What support and programs are available within the schools to support that young person who may be also acting as a carer for their sibling, whether that sibling is in the school or elsewhere?
I think this is one of those issues that would come under the kind of general care that schools have, an understanding of their students. So some aides might have many examples of how that actually practically works in school.
Yes, so depending on the school that you attend, we don't have a systems approach to that piece, Miss McLean-Jones, but what we do have is individual schools that will respond to particular family needs or particular student needs when identified. As you would be aware, we also have children that care for adults with disability at home when they go home or in the morning, and so schools are very conscientious about understanding the needs of their students in that space and support both with school and out-of-school programs in different areas across New South Wales. Yeah.
And I suppose, and this is a question more for DCJ, so what role does DCJ have to ensure that those young people are being supported if they're caring for someone with a disability?
That is a good question. Sorry, I'm not across the carers' responsibilities in DCJ either.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, thanks. I'll pick up. So just because I can't resist the unique student identifier that you mentioned before, Mr. Graham, which has been the reason I raised it. I think it's many years at a national level conversations about trying to progress that, and it's been slow for a range of reasons. But has there been any update or progress on that, and particularly, I guess, in terms of keeping eyes on students who might have disability who are moving between
no
systems?
update on that, but I would say it wouldn't resolve the problem of how many people are in the population before coming into a service.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'd resolve that. The other thing is with kind of data improvements, we've managed to link, we can now link a whole kind of lot of data sets. So at the other end of schooling, the pathways data about, what path are you taking through school and then how much is your future income. We've been able to do that without using a unique identifier. So
yeah.
I
think, we've certainly had witnesses today speak about sort of school refusal, and I think it was the Ageing and Disability Commissioner doing a special and that was more to do with children in out-of-home care, but it's something obviously that I know all agencies are grappling with, and I just was curious about that. Just going to a few other issues now, would you be able to provide, I think we asked earlier when we had representatives from the First Nations community about the statistics on how many department staff currently employed who have identified as having a disability, and also how many teaching staff we currently have in public schools. Do you have any data on that with you, or that you could take on notice?
I can take that on notice. I don't have that with me, but we certainly obviously do have staff with a disability. We'd like to have more staff with a disability, so we've got a strategy around improving that as well.
And also for TAFE as well.
Yeah.
We'll provide that as well.
And also for people with First Nations background and people have both. Would be very
I'll see what we've got on that.
Thank you. I would like to ask about the, complaints mechanism process. And again, we've had some of the advocacy bodies particularly, and we had some, young people with lived experience of disability talking about the way that in many respects it's almost as if it's quite circular within the department, when complaints will often be escalated but then come back through the school. And so there have been recommendations from other witnesses about having a bit more independence in terms of that process, particularly for family, maybe doesn't want to go through the local principal or would like that autonomy. I know that was some work that was happening by the Student and Parent Experience Directorate, but that's now back with PES, I believe. But any kind of clarity on where that's up to in terms of having a better mechanism or a better process for parents and families?
It's a difficult balance, because we acknowledge that people feel those frustrations, but then there's the kind of the reality that the most of the solutions for the problem are at the local level, and if you kind of remove it too far from that, that independent decision maker doesn't even know, actually I could change that class. So we acknowledge that that's a tension, but we do believe that the kind of majority of complaints are best managed at that local level. Where that's not possible, we certainly have an escalation pathway separately so complaints and feedback is within PES, and that they've recently been kind of beefed up to be able to provide better guidance as well. With an alternate mechanism. So, for example, being able to do mediation. We've never really offered that before.
And that's, sorry, just to be clear, that's for students and parents
students
as
and
well.
parents,
Because I think a lot of the historical chat around PES has been for staff.
Yeah, no, PES is for staff, but the complaints and feedbacks unit is located within PES now. And
okay, so that's instead of the student and parent, it's all coming under. Okay, I'm just trying to understand where everyone's sitting.
And student parent experience, they were really trying to deal with the most complex matters. So we kind of have other mechanisms now for managing those complex matters.
Okay.
Mediations really could be a really important step to give that independence, but still actually enable someone to solve the problem for the people. We obviously, you spoke to the Ombudsman, we have Harry Ockens on, so we do have escalation pathways if people believe the department have not, really met their obligations.
Yeah, I'm interested to know more about the mediation opportunities. What would be, I guess, the trigger, the threshold for a parent, a student to say we need more help here and to have that mediation as a
So I think particularly if a school, if school's been working with a parent and it's just not clicking, and they've got a complaint, it would be up to entirely voluntary for the parents. If they want to go through a formal complaints pathway, absolutely entitled to do that. But they, perhaps it could be the local director who says, look, this one's been going around a lot. Why don't we try mediation? The department has a panel of providers, so we've pre-assessed them all, and they're all registered mediators, and they would be able to come in. And mediation typically a one-off session, so let people ventilate, let people, this is what I'm concerned about, well, this is what I can offer you. And you might even be able to get, a lot of the time, you may even be able to get a partial agreement that enables you to kind of get through the immediate crisis and kind of develop a better relationship into it. Yeah. So it's not, we haven't done a lot of it.
How long have you had the panel of the pre-approved?
Not for, so that's been for about 12 months.
Okay. And do you have, and again, I appreciate it's in its early stages, but if there's any data around, and
I'll have a look,
obviously de-identified in the appropriate way, but particularly if it's been families or students with disability that have accessed that mediation.
We'll have a look to see. Well, look, we've also been working with DCJ on advocacy bodies so that the parents can actually go to the advocacy body before coming to the department. And look, schools have actually reported a positive experience of that as well, because it's, kind of helped them to have an interpersonal person to kind of work with them as they go through a process.
Yeah. And we've heard that too, having someone who can help them kind of navigate the system a bit too. Thank you. I wanted to also ask, when we had family advocacy here yesterday, they talked about being involved in a pilot. I think it came out of the disability strategy from memory, where it was about providing more information to schools about, how to better engage with young people with disability. And I think it was being piloted in 20 schools, but they had said that they hadn't really had updates on that. Do you have any information about that?
I can follow that up.
Yeah, if we could get anything back on notice, that would be great. I have a couple of questions that I'm going to put, even though it's for Nessa, but they're not here, but I wouldn't mind putting them to you, and then, Mr. Martin and others can respond. I'm keen to know whether there are any teachers who have a HALT accreditation that have an expertise in special education. I don't know whether there are, but if there's any data on that. Again, I know that's
I know anecdotally there are some that I know, Ms. Mitchell, but we should need to get the data.
I'm very happy for that on notice. And then the other one on notice, again through Nessa, we had representatives from sort of home educators yesterday who were talking about access to mental health and psychology supports for students who are homeschooled, and they were keen to explore whether that's a provision that could come through Nessa in the same way that students in a traditional school setting have access to that. I would be keen to hear from Nessa whether that would be any impediments to that, or if that is a provision that they think that they could potentially investigate. I hadn't heard it raised before, but it didn't seem like a bad idea to me. But I'd be keen on Nessa's thoughts and insights into that on notice. Fantastic. Mr. Brady, I have a couple of TAFE questions now, if that's okay. So another area that had been raised, and particularly from the young people that have appeared before us as lived experience with disability, a lot of them have spoken about those education pathways from school into further education and training. So it probably crosses both education and TAFE. But those pathways, I note in the submission you talk about the Educational Pathways program, which I know has been very successful and recently expanded. But are there any specific, just for students with disability, in terms of school-based pathways into TAFE and further training? I know that they're captured in a lot of the existing programs as a cohort, but are there any specific for those students with disability in terms of training pathways?
Not specifically. I think we've got, we tend to work on an individualised basis. So we've got disability teacher consultants who tend to work with individual students about what their support needs are, and then would work with the teachers to help them work out what sort of adjustments might be required, whether there are note takers or whatever other supports might be required for that student, but not at a formalised level for a whole of disability young person pathway.
Okay, and is there any data, again, I note in some of the examples that you have given about different scholarships and things, there's particular numbers of those with disability who've been awarded them. With the Educational Pathways program, and again, happy for this to be on notice, is there any data in terms of the number of students with disability who've been engaged in that program?
I'll come back to you on those.
Yeah, that would be great, thank you. Someone else want to have a go?
Yeah.
Sorry.
If I could ask, there was reported, I think, yesterday or the day before, that the paper selective school test is going to be done away with and everyone's moving to electronic.
That's right.
From a lot of what we've heard about, particularly the process to get reasonable adjustments and the extra layers of organisations involved in testing, has consideration been given by the department on what additional complexities that outsourced
that's been an
testing?
important part of the transition, and we can certainly provide you some more information on that, but it absolutely has been considered in the transition to online testing in the same way it was with NAPLAN, so very similar. We have that lived experience of going through that process to be able to provide adjustments.
Yep. Okay, very good. I've lost my question. This issue about needing more SLSOs and also occupational therapists to go through TAFE and to basically undertake relevant Cert 3 and 4s. Has there been sort of any thought given to sort of how we might incentivise the uptake of those courses? Is there any current plans?
The courses are available. I think in terms of encouraging, one of the biggest challenges is getting some of the workplace placements. We are seeing strong demand coming through for a lot of the allied health courses. Some of those courses have been supported through Smart and Skilled at a subsidised level. We can come back to you on notice with a breakdown of what that is. It is an area where we've got a challenge where there's high demand. It can be difficult to get the job placements, and also in some of the job settings, the wages really are not very high. And so you have this situation where actually sourcing sufficient students can be challenging, and actually finding the placements for them to help them complete their courses.
Is there availability of the relevant courses? I think it's school-based education support, isn't it? Cert 3 and 4. Is that available pretty much broadly across the state? How many of our TAFE centres have those courses available?
I'll have to come back to you with the detail. It has been one of our high-demand courses in recent times. I think under fee-free, it's actually been very high demand. It's been one of the top half a dozen courses.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a few. So I want to come back to this question around diagnosis. So I think from your previous evidence, Mr. Graham, the IFS is the primary
and support classes, should have added
in school for that requires a diagnosis. You say that in the submission that the department is moving towards a functional assessment approach, but that's how is that actually manifest if IFS is the kind of the primary mechanism for delivering supports, and it's still relying on a diagnosis? Where is the change?
So we've made a significant shift. So the low-level adjustment for disability is the funding that every school gets. So acknowledgement that there are 1 in 4 children with a disability. And so that's about $350 million a year. And so that loading is now using the NCCD data and another index rather than using diagnosis. So the kind of the core support that schools get for all children is now based on NCCD. But the integration funding is still, we're still in the diagnosis.
So there is no suggestion that the IFS would move to a functional assessment model?
The Royal Commission, and a lot of work that's happened nationally, the kind of the end state is often described as, when we can actually use that NCCD for all distribution of funds, but we have to, that's why we spend a lot of time on the quality of that data, because, it has a significant impact on funding. So that's why I say we're kind of in a halfway state, because we're still using this kind of mixed mode of methods. So I wouldn't be saying the current state we're in is one that you would absolutely want to have forever.
Right. So your submission also talks about improved methodology in terms of calculating LLAD.
Yep. So principally that's the movement to include NCCD data in that. So we actually are using that data now to distribute that funding. Previously it was all on this student learning index, which was originally the number of children not achieving the minimum NAPLAN standards as a kind of de facto measure of disability. So we're moving to a much more kind of teacher, understanding the cohort, and that's the data we're using.
Can I ask about, so in terms of the LLAD, what's the mechanism for assessing the efficacy of how that's used in schools?
In terms of the outcomes of the schools? So principals get to determine the allocation of those funds. That's correct, is it? So some of it's allocated as flexible funding, but there's about 2,000 teachers that are allocated using that funding. So we actually allocate teaching staff directly, and not just kind of choose your own adventure. So it does become part of the school's allocation. So it's kind of, and they normally use that as part of their, Ms. Summers might be able to talk about how you kind of would manage a budget at the school level, but there are the various loadings, and this is a very core one that they put into their, that put into their timetables and into how they structure their staffing.
Schools will have learning support teams with specialist teachers that work across school, from stages through to faculties in high schools, and they're supporting the work of students and teachers in their programming and planning to meet the needs of students who require adjustment in the school that may not be sitting in a specific support class or in an SSP.
They are above centrally approved establishment?
Yes, they're part of the establishment, yeah.
They're part of the establishment? Or
so they're not so these are given by us to them, they're not ASIP. They're part of the establishment.
Oh, so they're part of the establishment, but they're accounted for under LLAD.
Yep, they're distributed in that way, yes.
So it's not... so in terms of the loading that's discretionary, only a proportion of that. How do you determine what proportion of LLAD is able to be used at the discretion of the principal versus the central decisions to allocate staffing?
Some of it comes from a historical basis, so our kind of previous methods of funding. Previously, there was a lot of kind of parts of what were even then teachers' aides who were kind of with individual students. One of the reasons to put this loading in place was as a recognition every school's always going to have kids with a disability. What's our kind of base level provision? So some of that was about, what staffing was previously allocated to keep a staffing component, and then some was added on top.
So this is SLSOs, is it?
Yeah. So that was the original. And teachers as well. So, it's partly a kind of historic basis, but also a judgment about how much staffing versus flexible.
Can I ask about the funding in the submission that's referred to around, it's a bit contradictory, I just want some clarification. So 348 million under LLAD for learning and support teachers, 1,970.
Yep.
And then you talk about 357 million for 1,975 lasts. Are they the same thing, or is that two?
I think there might be different periods. I can clarify that.
Oh, right.
For
Okay,
you.
so 2023, 1970. 2024, 1975. Is that just like
that? Yeah,
it
sounds like different time periods to me. Yeah,
5 last increase. Is that what it?
That at the moment, but we haven't kind of got to the end of the kind of year's allocation. So
right, but the net increase is just five teachers. Is that right?
That's right, but that's an increase in teachers for disability when we have kind of a decrease in enrolments overall.
Right.
So it's actually kind of proportionately a bigger increase.
How many lasts are there in the system?
I don't know that I have. We'd have figures on what's centrally allocated. Learning and support teachers are often, school might make a decision to allocate someone.
Are they? I mean, so you don't have any central data about whether
We've
someone's
done
classified as a last or not?
So these are not all learning and support teachers. So these might be used to fund some learning and support teachers, but we don't. It's not something that we, provide every learning and support teacher across the system.
Okay, sorry, I'll let you guys have another go.
Have you got more questions?
Have you got some stuff?
I just interested to know about how the department manages situations where there's an allegation of whether it's bullying or an actual assault between young people with disability or a young person without a disability, or vice versa. How that is actually managed, and not so much from the complaints process end, but how does it at a local level?
So bullying would be managed like any bullying complaint in a school, but obviously with a sensitivity to the particular nature of the students. So if there's a child with disability, the school would have particular sensitivity to that. So it's real school by school circumstance.
I think your question really is it taken into account the particular presentation of a young person or their particular ability or not in regard to how they might conduct themselves in a certain circumstance. So it is absolutely based on a particular presentation of a particular child. I would not, for example, as a principal, and what I certainly see across the state, there's a fight, two children hit each other. It's never as clear-cut as that both of these children will get a similar consequence or both of these children need to be treated exactly the same, because that is not what we would do in a school context. I think is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and then how it is managed,
Yes.
like to make that decision that one will be suspended or...
Yeah, well, it's managed on what's happened, who's been involved, how it started, what was seen, what wasn't. I mean, there's so much to obviously explain this appropriately, but to speak generally, it's that idea about the true nature of equity is not everyone getting the same, it's everyone getting what they need to resolve a situation or to best support a person, and that it also applies in these sorts of situations.
And then if that decision by the principal needed to be reviewed, how's that done? Does an external person come in or...?
Yeah, so the process is if your child is suspended and you don't agree with that, you can make an appeal to the principal. If the principal stands by that decision, you can then make an appeal to the Director of Educational Leadership, who will then make a decision based on all of the information before them. If you're still unhappy with that decision, you can ask for a review. And if you're unhappy with the review outcome from the department, you can go to the Ombudsman.
And is it... does it matter on the severity of the complaint made, or all complaints treated the same way?
In terms of the process that I just described, any complaint can go through that hierarchy to come to resolution, but obviously how you deal with a complaint is specific to what the complaint is about.
Can I? Is that right?
Yep.
Chair? Yeah, thank you. We've had some evidence from witnesses over the last 2 days about the participation of students with disability in what was sort of termed extracurricular activities, so school camps, sports excursions, etc. There was one example given yesterday of a student who went on the school excursion, I think it was to Luna Park, but their wheelchair was used to hang the other students' bags off, like a terrible example, but that was obviously quite concerning and confronting. What supports or advice is given to sort of principals or schools, particularly if there are children for the first time coming with a certain disability that needs adjustments for those extracurricular activities, and how are those students supported at that local school level?
I might listen to Ms Summerhayes, because that's where the kind of... People sometimes complain about the excursion planning thing because it can seems workload, but that's really
so it's
important.
actually, Ms Mitchell, a risk assessment for any excursion, and part of the risk assessment is to look at the learning and wellbeing needs of the students who are attending. So for your example, and I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we were all quite horrified.
Yeah, it's a terrible circumstance, and awful to hear that.
Yeah.
But what I see constantly across the state is a risk assessment is put in place for any excursion to make sure that it is safe for any child attending, whether they are a child with a disability or not. We need to make sure about accessibility. Many of our children need to travel with medication and appropriate spaces to be toileted and given medication, etc., and all of that forms part of the risk assessment and is part of what is followed when colleagues go on that excursion. If a child is requiring particular and special support, it's very common that extra adults will go. So you might have extra student learning support officers, sometimes extra teachers will attend to ensure that the risk assessment can be carried out so all children are safe and able to engage, equally in the excursion or experience.
And obviously, one of the, I think it was muscular dystrophy yesterday made the point that, there might not be a lot of experience in certain schools necessarily with students who have certain disabilities, and so sometimes it's an education really for everybody in terms of what's the best approach.
So often when we do risk assessments, we certainly include carers and parents. We often sometimes include advocates if that's appropriate. We also include colleagues from our support staff within the system to support schools depending on the nature of what's being asked or sort of learning about a new disability that may be coming to the school that the school's not dealt with before.
Okay. The issue in terms of reasonable adjustments more broadly, and again, multiple witnesses have spoken about this from kind of personal experience, but also as advocates, a lack of consistency in terms of what constitutes a reasonable adjustment. And we had a number of witnesses say that the provision of an SLSO in the classroom, I think some families have felt like that has been seen as sort of enough, even though potentially for their children they did need further supports. Is there any kind of way to better improve that consistency of reasonable adjustments across schools, but also within differing times at a child's education? So from what you do in a school-based assessment versus what you have to do with NESA for the HSC versus what might happen when you go to TAFE for further training. How could that be better streamlined and a better experience for those young people?
It can be complicated. So there are 206,000 students with a disability. And one of the issues about regional adjustments...
That's in public schools?
That's in public schools. And you've just pointed out that their needs change over time based on the curriculum and their development, but it also changes based on something as simple as the class or the teacher. So people might think, one adjustment's a good idea, but then, the class setting might be different. They might have different students. It might be a bigger class, might be a smaller class. One of the issues might be, well, actually the teacher needs the adjustment is the teacher needs PL about this thing. But if they've had a previous experience in student, they might not need PL. So it does we acknowledge that it's quite complex. It's not just the child, it's the whole setting. So one of the things is really, as a system, as a big system, we've got the Inclusive Education Hub and trying to increase the amount of PL and to drive the consistency that way. So people can see online, this is a set of adjustments that have been recommended for, this kind of setting. It won't always be exactly the same in every setting. I might let Ms. Summers talk to that, but certainly that's one way we can improve consistency. And the NCCD, even the training around the NCCD, it's quite new, and so actually understanding what an adjustment is, how to work with parents around it, that's also part of that consistency.
Did you want to...
Just the other element of reasonable adjustment, Miss Mitchell, is that schools also have legislative requirements around WH&S, so it's important to keep a safe environment for everyone in the school. And so sometimes when we're looking at adjustments, it's not just for the child in question, but it's also the impact on other children or other people who work in the school.
And staff and teachers as well.
Staff, everybody, So it's a lot more sort of nuanced and layered than just... The primacy, of course, is for the young person and their family, but there's a whole lot of other considerations when we talk about reasonable adjustment.
And then in terms of, and again, it's kind of a NESA question, but we had evidence from one of the Cerebral Palsy Alliance advocates today, and she spoke about her experience with the HSC and getting those additional supports. But particularly for, her experience with, it's a lifelong disability. And so she just said, almost I don't want to paraphrase, but a tell us once approach for somebody like her who, her disability is not changing, and if anything, it might become more challenging. Do you think there's ways that we could improve that system for particular cohorts of young people with disability. who are
Certainly
in
for the
that.
department we
Yeah,
can.
we
And
can.
certainly looking
Yeah.
at that, and I'm sure that Mr Martin will
I'm
be-
sure he will. Well,
I'm
he's
sure-
not here,
I'm
but we'll just say
confident-
that in his absence.
I'm
that he'll
confident
be-
that he'll
yeah.
be looking at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
And
would
then how does that
definitely-
feed into TAFE or you know, how do you share, or is it just a whole new system and you've got to start again if you take a TAFE?
It really
course?
depends on
Yeah.
if we're teaching vet subjects to students at,
At school, yeah.
in which case the school takes the leadership.
Yeah.
But where they're coming to us post-school,
Mm.
then it starts again. As I said earlier, we engage a disability teacher consultant and really design around the needs of that student, whatever
Yeah.
the subject might be, whether it's obviously very different if you're doing something that's theoretical versus something very, very hands-on. So it really has to be designed around that teacher, the particular environment. Our campuses are all very different
Yeah.
as well. So it is quite individualised.
But in terms of if there was a more consistent approach to reasonable adjustments for those with lifelong disability, there's no kind of impediment to maybe sharing that across between NESA department, TAFE, potentially in the future if that was a better system that was put in place.
I'd agree, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I've just got one quick one, just in relation to whether or not there is a disability education strategy. Because I noticed that from the plan that's come out, I think it was released late last year, it doesn't actually refer to disability. So I'm just whether or not there actually is
the
a...
Department's 2020 disability strategy was published in 2020, and we're kind of well into rolling that out.
Yeah. But it's still in place.
Yeah, it's still in place,
yeah.
absolutely.
And when's that up for review?
So I think it's ongoing, but, you know, review our practices. The plan...
Sorry, I should say,
Yeah.
is it a open-ended, like a 2020 to 2030, or is it a...
I think it's open-ended.
Yeah.
I'll be corrected, but
Right.
it's open-ended.
And
I think you might be right.
Yeah, but
And we've been through this, but you know, the idea that we had a schools plan that had no specific reference to people with disability was a sort of a major oversight. Is there going to be an updated version of the disability strategy for
So
schools?
we're sorry that people, you know, view that as an oversight. Certainly, absolutely not an intention. I think we would consider it much more the intention that it would be so ingrained into equity in what we're doing that it would be considered as part of every part of it. So we certainly we didn't deliberately ignore it and say we're not going to do that. We kind of much more feeling that it's part of every single dot point in that plan would include all equity groups, all students with a disability, and they'd be considered in every part of it. So
It was interesting with Boyd, some of our stakeholders especially requested that we not call it out specifically. They
Really?
felt-
Which-
yes, I'm
which
being
stakeholders?
really honest with you.
Which stakeholders were they?
So when we went out with the plan, as you would be aware, because I think we've spoken about it in budget estimates, we had feedback from parents, from students, from teachers, from leaders. I couldn't tell you exactly which were the parent ones, the student ones, the teacher ones, the leader ones, because it came from all different areas, as well as PPA, SPC, our SSP colleagues. We had a number of people call out that they thought it was more inclusive not to be calling out Aboriginal children, children with disability, children who speak English as a second language. Just letting you know about that.
Yeah, I mean, 26% of kids have a disability in our
arguing with
schools,
you, but I'm just
and
letting
all
you
of the
know.
disability advocates and the Royal Commission witnesses, and all of them were saying that we need to have a special focus on kids with disability schools, and that's where we're failing. So I'd love to think that we had got to that point. Maybe in 50 years we will get to the point where we don't need to provide special focus for kids with disability, but that's what this inquiry is about.
Was the Department of Community and Justice given a draft copy of this, or the Minister for Disability Inclusion to comment on it?
She said she wasn't. She said she wasn't. So
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'd rather that there was an acknowledgement that was an oversight rather than a doubling down on it. But
No,
that's
I'm
just
not doubling
my
down. I'm
opinion.
just sharing information with you.
Sure.
I didn't actually agree with that feedback personally, but I'm just letting you know that was part of the process.
And certainly we acknowledge that there's that it should be a focus. So I think we absolutely agree on the aim, which is we should absolutely be doing more about it. You know, we've had a big catch up, I think, since 2020, but we still have ways to go.
Just a very quick last one from me. I understand we heard that the Professional Ethical Standards Unit, there was some question around the culture within. I know that the Deputy Premier came out and said there was going to be a review or an external review into PES. Is that something that we will see publicly the results of? How's that going? Are you able to give us any extra information on that?
But we can look into that to see what the outcome of that is.
Thank you. Are there any final?
I just want to ask you, so in your submission you talk about specialist allied health and behaviour support. So this is engaging private providers, is that right? Can you tell us how many behaviour support providers are engaged by the scheme?
I can give you that on notice, but one of the main issues were your schools were looking for that support. They were buying it here, there and everywhere. What we've done is try and pre-assess them all, give you a list of people and a kind of price, so the schools don't have to do any of that. So they were already doing it, but we were kind of trying to help them out with a kind of pre-approved list.
Because there are behavioural specialists within the department, isn't
That's
there?
right. No,
are
that's
they
right.
doing the same work?
A lot of it's more around kind of more in the kind of occupational therapy space, so a bit more in that kind of speech therapy, occupational therapy, and so on.
So the scheme providers are more in the occupational therapy
it's not a complete overlap with what we do, but we were trying to make it easier for schools that were getting those services.
Sorry, can I try? Because some schools do use their sort of flexible funding to put on speeches and OTs and.
That's right, and this would be for if you. Of course, they're very difficult to find. So if you couldn't find them, but you had a need, rather than having to scratch through the private market yourself, we've done this work so you can, go to our list with assurance that it's been given all the ticks.
Yeah. Sorry, I think you meant to jump in.
That's all right. So, do you have data about where these are being engaged?
I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you with that, because the main thing is to be able to give them, give the schools the kind of pre-approved list. They don't come through us with all the funding and so on.
So in terms of the central oversight, you're not able to see which schools are engaging. So the contract is just
it's
a whole. It's all bunched together. The allied health and the behavioural specialists.
Well, there's both. There's both. So we can give you a list of who's on that pre-approved
and
list.
where it's being used.
Yeah.
Like,
I can see what we've got.
What the usage is kind of.
I can see what we've got for the usage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any final questions?
No, look, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, sorry, one.
Go.
Sorry, I wasn't going to. Careers New South Wales, the data in here was saying that about 2% of service users have disclosed they have a disability. Now, I understand that some people might choose not to disclose when they access that service, but are there any kind of plans in place to improve the number of people with disability who are accessing Careers New South Wales?
I'm not familiar with the future plans there, so I can get back to you with that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, going once.
No, I'll stop there.
Okay, excellent.
Because once I start, I'll go for another 20 minutes.
You will.
It's not worth.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for your submission and for coming along and giving us the benefit of your expertise. And to the extent there are questions on notice or supplementary questions, which I believe there will be, the Secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude today's hearing, and I would like to give a special shout out to our Auslan interpreters who have been doing an incredible job for us. Again, I'm incredibly pleased that we've been able to put together 3 whole days of Auslan interpretation for these hearings. And on that note, I would like to thank the Secretariat as well for all of the good work they've done in organising, making sure that the broadcast and the interpretation has gone smoothly. So thank you, and I would encourage other committees to also adopt Auslan interpretation for their hearings. And that concludes today's proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.